Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
Oh, I don't have Chad in front of me. I should have Chad in front of me.
Welcome to our celebration of getting to 2,000 subscribers, which happened amidst all of the other various channel events. But we're very happy about this. That the channel had like hung at about 1,700 subscribers for approximately forever, and then we started. We got back up. So I'm very excited that you all got us here. So welcome. And we've actually gone up a clip since then. We're almost at 2,200 already. So keep it up. Loving all of this stuff and loving getting to do this for you all. I finished teaching my Sudoku course, and on Friday, Tristan streamed a collection of some of my favorite puzzles from that course. So if you're curious what students could make after 3 weeks of Sudoku class, having many of them never done a Sudoku before, you can watch that. There are some really amazing things in there. But today we're going to do puzzles that people made to celebrate the 2,000 subscriber thing. And as a bonus, in addition to Tristan and I, you also get the world's tallest cat, who has now been doing the rounds on all the Sudoku related channels lately.
What?
Did you guest on Bremster as well this weekend? Did you find a way in there?
Yes, I did that. I did that overnight when everyone was sleeping here, and it was the middle of the day in Australia.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Yes.
Yeah.
Uh,
I've been awake for 36 hours at this point.
I see you've just been.
No, that's on my bucket list still to cross off, I guess. So that and guesting on CTC.
Ah, yeah, that would be fun.
What is going on?
Well, it would be a lot of fun to like guest with Simon and Mark.
Yeah, I'm going to keep pushing to do an Among Us stream with them at some point. Like have a few sellers and Simon and Mark doing Among Us.
Yeah, that could be entertaining. Yeah, I've never actually played Among Us, but I feel like that would be par for the course for the sort of games they usually stream where they have no idea what's going on. So if I also had no idea, you would just destroy it, mop the floor with all of us, is what I think would happen.
Yeah,
but as someone who I know is a Among Us pro,
I see Tristan is having fun trying to get the sizing of the grid here.
OBS is just being wackadoodle.
Well, anyway, while Tristan is sorting that out, yeah, as Zeta said, I was on a meme Rister stream yesterday with a few other great sellers out there, and we had a discussion about what we think makes a puzzle good or beautiful. So it was a lot of fun. It went on for 2+ hours. So if that's something that you're interested in watching, I would definitely check it out.
I very much enjoyed it. I liked the new format, which I believe meme Rister attributed to MicroStudy. But yeah, that be very focused on. God, I have to load up the stream and see what it looks like. That
I don't know what's happening at all.
Yeah, it's all right. No problem. We can definitely chat. I'm actually getting very warm though, so I'll take this sweater off.
Oh, the clothes are coming off.
Yeah, that was fast.
Yes.
Yeah. At this rate, oh wow, the stream won't even load for me now. You can solve the puzzle one box at a time. I'm imagining what the grid looks like based on the thing. Okay, now when I look at it, it looks like I can see the whole grid.
Well, I mean, this is a Jay Dyer puzzle, so it's probably designed to be solved that way, right?
Oh, I see. Okay, looking back, I can see it. Okay, it looks like it now looks reasonable. It's like a new fog constraint. Yeah, absolutely.
And if I right, if I mouse off of this screen, it just completely goes away. I have no idea why OBS is behaving this way. It doesn't usually.
Oh, yeah. I see.
Like if I mouse off of this screen, it just poof.
Oh no.
So that's fun. I guess I will have to try and keep my mouse on this screen? Question mark.
And I guess we'll have to just sort of like make do without having the rules on screen because it seems like there's no messing with it at this point.
Well, I mean, where would we put them?
I don't know.
Yeah, I would just leave it like this. And I mean, I have my iPad with the stream up so I can keep an eye on chat
Excellent.
as well.
Excellent.
Yeah, Woofer says it might be because of the OBS update, but I haven't updated OBS in days, certainly.
Yeah, we have the rules in front of us here, which I think is all that matters, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
So long as we're not missing like an anti-knight or an anti-king or something.
I would never completely forget that there was an anti-knight or anti-king constraint in a puzzle that I was solving. I definitely was doing a student puzzle the other day that was anti-knight, and I got it down to like there were like 8 solutions, and I was like, this isn't unique, what's going on? And then I reread the rules and was like, it's anti-knight. I haven't used anti-knight.
I mean, that's an interesting way of using anti-knight if it's basically
not a strictly recommended strategy to disambiguate a deadly pattern at the end, but it works.
That's definitely unique and not a black dot, or a 2-cell thermo.
I mean, it's pretty rare, I would say, that you can get to the end of a puzzle and just click, oh, I'll just enable anti-knight, but sometimes. I did appreciate that in the discussion of what makes a puzzle beautiful, no one said that what makes a puzzle beautiful is not having a single black kropki dot disambiguate everything at the end, but I thought that would come up for sure.
Well, we could have got into the inequality sign black dot 2-cell thermo debate, but you know, that's not.
So I think this is about what we're gonna get.
I think this is fine. I mean, it's fine for us. Yeah. Oh, and Jay Dyer is in the room.
Excellent. So if we forget the anti-knight constraint, Jay Dyer can remind us in 30 minutes that we've forgotten the anti-knight constraint, which would be especially impressive given that Tallcat admitted that he solved this puzzle previously. I agree with Woofer that anti-knight can be added to the disambiguating constraints or things in the challenge.
I mean, yeah, so yes, I did solve this. I did actually test this puzzle, even though I said I wasn't going to. But in my defense, Jay sent me this, I think it was like the middle of December last year or something like that, because it's taken that long to get to 2000, to the 2000 stream.
Yeah, and we still have Fog of War puzzles. Like a lot of Fog of War puzzles, but we're done birthday puzzles for both of us. So we should be on the home stretch of this like long string of special events. Oh yes, please do remember to like the stream. Good reminder, I will remember to like the stream. All right, so rules-wise, in this puzzle by Jay Dyer, we have renban. So each purple line contains a string of consecutive digits in some order. But they specifically don't have to go in the right order. So you could have 4, 6, 5 on this one, or whatever other one. That's not the one I was pointing at, but that's fine. I know
I have no way to know which one you're pointing at.
I mean, you were close. It was one of the 3-cell ones. But that's right. I can actually turn it on so you can see my cursor if I really want to, but it is not relevant for this. But then we also have sandwich clues, and so the digits outside the grid give the sum of the digits between the 1 and 9 in the row or column. So all of these zeros mean the 1 and 9 in that row and column touchy, as Clover likes to say, I believe. And the 2 means that there is a collection of 1 or more digits summing to 2 between the 1 and 9 in that row or column. Which, spoiler, there's only one way to make a subset of digits from 1 to 9 sum to 2, which is a single 2. So we've got some 1, 2, 9s and some 1, 9s, or some 9, 1s. 1, 9s, 9, 1s, they all work. And then Yeah, Screaming Ice Cube. That's actually the context in which, and I'm pretty sure it's Clover who always says it's usually in rule sets where the rule is no touchy rather than the other way around.
Isn't that a line from the Emperor's New Groove? I think that's where that comes from.
It might be. It's possible.
Anyway.
I did love that movie, but I have not seen it, and I don't know.
Whose
I'm
mic
old,
is
so
what?
that is my conclusion. Something's wrong with the mic. I don't know.
Mic a little work.
Alrighty. It was
Oh, no.
crackling like crazy. Uh-oh. It's gone now, though. Apparently.
It was probably me.
Maybe it was just if we were talking over each other.
It's possible.
No, there's some thing that goes on with my... I mean... We are on my laptop mic. That's the only mic I have here.
Anyhow, shall you guys get cracking?
So let's start by greening row 5, column 5. Because if row 5, column 5 was a 1 or a 9, it would put 3 1/9s in box 5.
Wait, bet tree.
Oh yes, bet tree.
Jay, do you have a suggestion for a bet tree?
And now I'm also seeing that these lines aren't long enough that row 5, column 6, for example, could be a 1 or a 9, because it would put both 1 and 9 on a length 7 renban. That's not going to work. So both row 5, column 4 and row 5, column 6 can also be greened. Tristan?
Sorry, I was waiting. I'm... Something in box 9, says Jay.
So row 5, column 4 and row 5, column 6 both can't be 1/9 because it would put a 1 and a 9 on a renban that's only length 7.
Right, because of the vertical.
Right.
Yep.
So those are both not. And now the same thing goes with row 4, column 4. No, sorry, it does not, because that would push into a different box. Never mind. Or it could push across the box. Yeah, so okay, so I think we can't, just by looking at box 5 and refusing to look anywhere else, I think we can't quite get there. But we do know that there's a 1 and a 9. Oh, no. Oh, not quite. The 1 and the 9 in row 5 are interesting because they have to go like next to each other in one of these boxes, and then they push 1 and 9 out of the rest of the box entirely because that's a 1 and a 9.
Wait. So,
well, I think
one of these has to be a 1/9 pair.
I think Alima is correct. I think because of the fact that due to row 5, one of the left and right box has both its 1s and 9s in row 5. So just throw them in box 4 for a second and just look at what happens. Just imagine, just purple 2 of those cells or whatever. And now if we try and make a 1/9 crossing over there, I think it's going to break, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, because now I need to make the other one cross as well, but that puts both 1 and 9 on this renban, so that doesn't work. So we can't cross at all in these, and if we can't cross, that means row 4, column 4, and row 6, column 6 can't be 1/9. Row 4, column 4, and row 6, column 6. Because since it can't cross, if it doesn't cross, it would have to repeat those.
Yep. Because one of these dominoes is 1/9.
Yes. And now both of these renban have their 1/9 from box 5, so you can green every other cell on them in the other boxes, just to acknowledge that other boxes exist, in case they're afraid
you
of...
should be able to figure out which one is correct.
Interesting.
Carla's spotted it in the chat, but I think
so row 6, column 4 and 5.
Can't be in row 4, so it can't be here because of the 2 clue in row 3.
if both of those are 1-9, where does the 1-9 go in column 5 and 6?
Oh!
Wow, that's genius. Okay, yes, that makes sense. Yeah, so can you explain that, Tristan?
Yeah, so if these are 1-9, we have to make these 2 0 clues work, and the only way to do that is to put row 3's 1-9 here, to make this a 0 and make this a 0, but now this 2 is broken.
Yep, so that does not work. So so the 1 and 9 go the other place. And then that's going to let you do lots of greening.
So
very nice. And it lets you do some purpling too because of the zeros in columns 4 and 5.
Right, we need
1-9 there. Hey, Philip, how are you? And then
Welcome,
you can green
Philip.
the rest of the box and column and all that nonsense. And then you can purple row 2, column, whatever that number is, row 2, column 6. Because whichever way this goes, be it the one way or the other, as the song says, it will always grab that cell.
So I hope no one bet 1 or 9 for the bet tree.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's true. Tristan can green the rest of row 7.
Oh, yeah.
Although if you want to avoid spoilers, you can green the rest of row 7 except the bet tree.
I do not care about spoiling the bet tree.
Okay.
Yeah, Tristan always fills it in like halfway through the puzzle. It's sacrilege.
So you can green both cells at the bottom of column 3 because I can't get a 2 clue if either of those is 1-9.
Yep.
And that lets us purple the 2 cells in
We know.
this box.
Yeah, these are the only possibilities. That's funny.
Yep.
Actually, you can green row 3, column 6 as well, because that can't. Oh no, ignore that. It could go right. My bad. See, I told you.
So in row 8, 1 of 1 and 9 is on this length 4 renban, and they can't both be. So therefore, row 9, column 9 is green.
Yes.
That may be working too hard, but it's true. Let's see.
So where are we? Niveria wants to look at where we are putting the 2 in this column.
I mean, not there.
Yeah, not here. Could go here with the 1 and a 9 here.
Okay, Carl's point, row 4, column 9 is definitely green. That's a gimme. Agree.
Yes.
And likewise, row 3, column 9. Because it would break the 2 clue. And so now the question is, can the 2 not be in this place?
And
because if the 2 is, and the answer is no. So the key thing now is to look at the end of row 3.
Florian points out this is green.
I don't understand why, but I'm about to prove it anyway.
If it's purple, there's no place for the other purple.
So these 3 cells in columns 6, 7, and 8 in
row 3.
Row 3. Oh wait, no, those can't be the 1, 2, 9.
No,
because if those are the 129, it would break the thing. I misunderstood my own point, but those can't be the 129 because it would break the 129, which has to go through in column 3. It has to go through row 3, column 3. So you could pencil mark row 3, column 3 is definitely a 1, 2, or a 9. And we're about to know which one it is.
Right.
But the point is now that greens those other cells in this row, the ones over there, because those 3 cells, rows column 6, 7, and 8 of row 3, if either of those were 1, 9, that would be a 1, 2, 9 triple, which would break the 1, 2, 9 cell. So green those.
Yep.
And then purple the other 2, and then you know exactly where the 2 goes. And you know where the other 2 goes as well.
Here.
Yeah. This was very clean. And now
dance.
Sorry, go on. Oh yes, dance. That's right. Badoop. We get to bring out the Zach for the woohoo! Wow! Wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. Okay, so let's finish doing all of the greening that we get with that, and then we can figure out the rest of our lives. So I see a point from chat that we know that the renban in column 1 now is 987 because it doesn't have a 2 on it, and so it can't have a 1 on it.
Yeah.
And also, if you look in row 5,
so that lets us just do all of that.
Yep.
And these are a 7, 8.
Row 5, column 2 is a 1.
Row 5, column 2 is a 1. Right. Yep. And so these are green. Can you see my cursor now, Tristan?
No.
Is that a no or a yes?
That's a no. I cannot see your cursor.
Okay.
Oh, that I can see that Tallcat pointing at those cells.
Let's check it.
And that you can see, right?
Yes, I can.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. So if I can circle stuff, then you can see that. Okay.
Screaming Ice Cube points out that where does 2 go in box 7? Not here on a renban with itself. So 2 is actually here, which resolves what's going on.
Yep.
In this mess. That's a 1, that's a 9, that's a 1, that's a 9.
It is being pointed out that we know where the 1 and 9 go in column 9.
And we know which order they go in.
And we know where we know this cell's green, I guess.
That's a 9.
And we know where the 1 goes in box 2. Okay.
So these are a 2-3 pair.
That's true. Okay.
So 2 in box 5. Yeah, 2 in box 5, Florian Wortmann. Not in a row with a 2, not on a renban with a 2, and not on a renban with a 9.
Yep. And you can fill in that this is a 3, 4, 5 triple.
Yes.
And so therefore there's a 6 on this renban up here. Which is going to be helpful because now what's the lowest this would get? 6, 5, 4. Well, it doesn't have a 3 on it at all because
there was definitely a 6 on it anyway. If you just consider if 1, 2, and 9 are gone, there's definitely a 6.
Maybe it can have a 3. 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it could have a 3. Sorry.
But the 2, 3 in box 2 are resolved, by the way.
Yes, by Sven. Look at Sven in this cell.
Oh. Jim points out that this sees every digit except 4, 5, and 6.
That's correct.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Just in the row and column.
Okay.
Yeah, we know 8 points out Screaming Ice Cube. 8 isn't in any of these cells, so it's in one of these cells.
Makes sense. Oh yeah, you can pencil mark the renban in box 9.
Right, which means these are green. Oh, we
Yep.
already knew they were green.
Oh,
But yes,
okay.
these are 6, 7, and 8.
I think I remember. So if you yeah, this is now going to resolve the 1-9 pair in box 6. Because if that was a 1 on the renban, then that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the 3-cell renban underneath would be 6, 7, 8. But it can't be, because that would break row 9, column 9.
Yeah, that's very nice.
That's a 1.
Then
Yeah,
those
this
are 2,
renban
3,
would
4,
see all of
5,
2, 3, 4, 5. So it would be 6, 7, 8. Breaking
well,
that
this
cell.
cell wouldn't. Only these
one
2 cells
outside.
would. So
yeah,
let's double check that.
Oh, hang
on. So these 2 would not be able to be 2, 3, 4, 5. But then
Yeah.
this
Right,
could
we
be
can-
5, 6, 7 would be okay. I
Yeah.
don't think Tallcat's deduction
I
is
was
quite
wondering, yeah.
correct as it is.
That's a good point.
It might be, it probably will work out to be correct. But because that's like, it would have to be exactly this thing. So that probably means we need one more piece of information to know that it's not that thing.
Yes.
We can, it is pointed out by Anti-Knight and Deverio that if you look at where 2 can go in row 8, it's only here.
Oh, yes.
Very nice, very nice.
So that's 2, 3, 4 then.
Yep.
On the renban.
And we know the order.
Thank you, Sven. So now, whereas 3 in row 8, one of 2 places that rules a 3 off of this renban and lets us sort of trickle up pencil marking 3s.
3 in...
It's in one of 2 places. They're both in box 7. In row 8.
In row 8,
one of these
yep.
2. And so that means this is not 3. Which means
Fair.
that one of these 2 is 3. And so we're slowly sort of getting at sort of peeling this away. Now, don't we know this cell is 4, 5, or 6? No, it could be a 3. That cell could still be 3. That's annoying.
Look. These 3 cells all see a 3, so where is 3 going on this long renban?
Oh, there we go. Okay. I was trying to get that, but I was missing this 3. That's what I thought was going to come out of all of this. Very nice. Okay, so this is a 3. And now so this is a 4, 5, 6 up here.
So now 3 can't be on that renban, yeah. At all.
Yep.
Oh yeah, this renban sees 3, and it has... Do we know it has a 4 on it, though?
No, I don't think we do. You can pencil mark the remaining cells on this renban because it's a quadruple. It's 4, 5, 6, 7.
And that one's not a 4.
Yep.
So 3 in box 5 is on the other renban then? Is on the 9 renban.
Yes. 3 is Tallcat's point is you can pencil mark a 3 in one of these cells.
That one. A bunch of people are asking us to look at 8 in
Oh yes.
Oh, they're trying to get you to say that 8 is here.
The Jovi winning 8s, yeah.
Yeah, because 8 is in the bottom 2 rows in both of those 2
8
boxes.
is in the bottom 2 rows in both of these, so yeah, we need an 8 here.
Yep.
Which
places in or corner marks an 8 in one of these 2 cells. Sorry, one of the 2 cells in this column.
These?
Yep.
And we know it's been pointed out that just by renban we know there's a 7 in one of these cells.
Definitely agree. Let's see.
Josh with a spot that 6 only is hidden in column 2 here.
Yep, good spot. So fill in the rest of the column. There's only a
5,
triple
7.
left.
4,
Oh,
5,
so
and 7?
7 is placed in column 2. then.
Yep, that's exactly the point. And that's a 4 or a 5, but it can't be a 5. Because if that was a 5, you wouldn't have a 5 on the renban, but you would have a 4 on it, and that would be a problem. So that is a 4. Which then lets you resolve this 5-4 down column 2.
So that must be an 8.
Yes. And that's a 3.
5 and 4. Just to finish the box. That's not a 4.
So then remaining in box 4 is a
Carl
4.
has a point.
And 5, 6, 7 to finish out column 3.
I want to look at Carl's point.
Row 1, column 9 can't be 2, and row 3, 4, column 9 can't be 2. So the 2 is on the 3 cell line in column 9.
Yes. So this is a 2, 3, 4 renban.
Yes.
That one's not 2. This one is 2. That's 3. That's 4.
Very good.
So that
Thank
does
you,
mean
Carl.
that row
Yes, and
4, column 8 is
Yep.
now
The
9.
desired Tallcat point. Yeah, this is now a 9. Very clever.
Yep.
Yes, I was getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, we're so close to that before, but that definitely got us there. The reason if chat is not quite seeing what happened here, if this cell had been a 1 instead, we would need a 2 on this renban, but this 2 sees every place for the 2 on that renban, so it can't have a 1 on it.
They can't see our notations, by the way, Zeta.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, Tristan has to actually point these things out. Sorry, Tristan can see my notations, but chat can't. I forgot. Yep.
That is a limitation of our setup here.
So yeah, so I was about to say this renban doesn't have a 4 on it, so we know what digits are on it. But this renban has a 9 on it, so we know what digits are on it.
So this is a 1. Row 9, column 8 is a 1 by Sudoku.
Which finishes.
And then the 9.
You can place the 9 so that you can finish the sandwiching.
Yep.
Sandwiching dance. Woohoo, woohoo.
The Earl of Sandwich is very grateful. Okay, so
Nefty
3
has a point about 3 in row 3, which.
okay.
Can it not 9?
That renban already has a 3 pencil mark.
Oh,
on
it
so
has
can't
a
have
3.
another 3.
So right.
And actually,
therefore
3
that's
in row 4 is in row 4, column 6.
Yep.
Yep.
And the 4 in row 4, we know where it is as well, just by Sudoku.
Yep.
And so that digit we know is a 5, a 7, or an 8 at the end of row 4. Okay. Let's see.
Where does 3 go in this box? It goes here. Not on the renban with the 9.
MicroStudy says they can't believe Zeta did Sudoku.
I know. It's unheard of.
You have a Simon-like reputation.
Shall we mark? It sort of feels like this is we're a little past the point where we should have marked. To me,
is it mark time?
I think it's mark time. Because you need to not have the cell selected, or just hit it twice. Okay.
Now do some renban logic, I'm imagining.
2 in box 3 is placed.
We know I can't repeat the 8 in the renban in box 3. Because we've already got an 8 pencil mark on that renban in box 5.
Yeah.
So we can place the 8 in box 3, which is going to place the 8 in box 6 because it can't repeat on the renban anymore.
Yep.
Which is
then
going to
the
place the 8 on the renban in box 9. And speaking of box 9, we have a 6, 7, 8 triple that you can use to update pencil marks. Like, for example, that 5 being a 5. Thank you, Kurban. 4, okay. 4 in column 8 seems to only be in one place because there's a 6, 7 pair. Although we may have hit the point where this is more frustrating for Tristan if we try and help than if we don't. That 5, 6, I'm going to do it anyway. That 5, 6 in row 2, column 7 is the same as row 6, column 6. Because that 5, 6 needs to go on the renban and it only has one place to go. And that place is row 6, column 6. So those two are the same digit. And so therefore that digit is a 6. And now I think if we just let Tristan go, I think it will...
6,
it will
5,
probably be easier than if I point out places
7,
where Sven says there's only one digit.
6, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 7, 7.
And yes, I know we could have done my
8,
digit or my deduction with those two digits being the same by
7,
Sven, but that's
5,
way less fun.
6, 5, 6, 5, and the bet cell is a 2.
Congratulations to any 2-betters out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Although I feel like the 2-betters have had a really good year so far. They probably don't need more wins. Very nice. That was a very gorgeous puzzle, Jay. I really enjoyed that. We are now tracking how often each digit is the first digit and how often each digit is the bet tree. But I think Tristan also tracks the 6x6s, so there's a slight bias for the first digit, but there should not be one for the bet tree because the bet trees only go in 9x9s.
That's
well, wasn't
true.
the digit and the bet tree the same here?
Should I not track?
I think you should not track anything for 6x6s. Would be my recommendation for sanctity of data, which is a very important thing. We don't want to create our own Sudoku reproducibility crisis.
All right, I can.
As Daniel points out, in mean minis, you can count them.
Yeah, I remember thinking the opening logic with the sandwiches was very, very clever.
Yeah, this was a very enjoyable puzzle.
I think
Very
it's
good.
too much work to track them separately. Probably
further evidence of the greatness of renban as the one true Sudoku constraint. Alrighty, so we take a short break before we hop into the next one, which is
yeah, I need some tea.
Which is Andrew's. So we will take a short break and we will be right back.
All right, see you soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Tallcat and Zeta chat hour. I had also noticed what ELSF points out there, which is that YouTube has a sophisticated recommendation algorithm that tracks things like what subparts of a channel you seem more engaged by, which I find very, very strange, but definitely I have also noticed this. So how is everyone's Saturday going?
Good, except it's Sunday.
Except it's Sunday. Darn it. I've lost all sense of time. It's because my class ended on a Thursday, so then all sense of time was just completely wiped away by the fact that I felt like it should be Friday, but it wasn't. It was Thursday.
So I believe this is the rules of the next puzzle up on stream, but we're going to Zeta is in dire need of tea. With Zeta, Tristan is in dire need of tea, which as a Brit I wholeheartedly approve of.
I think we both are, actually.
Okay, so we shall leave the rules up, and we will chat briefly while Tristan attends to tea-related needs.
I'm a math professor, Lakia. I am teaching number theory and cryptography in about 3 days that I should probably think about something about what on earth I'm going to say. I have lesson plans from last time I taught it, so presumably it will mostly consist of finding those, but I'll probably figure out what I'm going to say about Fermat and such and the first day. Actually, I think probably I'm going to teach, or probably the first day I'm going to talk about the Greeks and perfect numbers. But I am not sure. What flavors of cryptography? I will talk about things like how to implement primality testing for very large numbers, what the best factoring algorithms are, like how to actually implement RSA versus this is how RSA works. And I'll talk about some elliptic curve cryptography, and we'll talk about some moderately sophisticated but not maximally sophisticated factoring algorithms. Those are the sort of crypto topics that we'll go through.
Sounds completely Greek to me. Like way over my head.
It should be fun. It's a course where I basically don't give tests, so the students can just relax and try and figure out the stuff and enjoy it. Because I find the way that number theory is usually taught to be a little painful. And as a number theorist, I would like it to be appreciable. Welcome, or Logan has been now a turbine for 6 months. Welcome, Logan. Thank you. You can have your turbine dance. Woo, 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 hoo, hoo.
Quackers didn't practice that one, so I shall let Zach take this.
Thank you so much, Logan.
Oh, hey, Mr. Menace. Mr. Menace is in the house.
Yes.
I see. Actually, it's so for in my job I haven't done much teaching at all, and this semester coming up I've actually been asked to teach for the first time, so I'm actually quite nervous about
Oh no,
it.
what? Oh, is this your first time teaching a course?
Well, it's not. I mean, it's a single lecture as part of a course, but yeah, I've never. It's one of the for 2 courses, and then I have to lead a journal club as well. But yeah, I've never. Most of my work has always been research based. I've never actually had to teach in a classroom, so it's going to be interesting.
So do you have to grade too, or do you just have to say words with them?
No, with this I'm going to teach, and then I have to come up with an exam question or 2. They have 4 exams per semester, and that will be for part of it. So
I see.
Yeah, what's DDX? I do cancer metabolism research and cell signaling. So trying to understand how metabolic pathways and signaling pathways are different in cancer cells from normal cells. And then trying to figure out how we can exploit that. So I mean, I say I do.
Exploit that to like help cure cancer, not to like make better bioweapons, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's so yeah, I mean, it's because the metabolic pathways of cancer cells are different, they have different vulnerabilities, and so you could actually target the cancer cells more specifically without targeting normal cells. So that's what we try and do. Zealot, I'm originally from the UK, but I live in Long Island in the US.
Do you like Long Island?
I actually don't mind it, although I know I have some friends who aren't particularly fond of it because they don't like the people here. But you know, I think you get annoying people anywhere you live, so I actually quite like it. It's lots of sort of smaller towns joined by countryside, so that fits me very well. Oh, Zealot is in New Jersey, so just down the road.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Let's see. Yes, well, welcome to Mr. Menace, by the way. I was going to say that and then I got distracted. Oh, we have a new windmill. Welcome, Willie. Thank you, Willie. We'll get you a windmill dance. Woo, 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 woo. Woo, thank you so much, Willie. Much appreciated. Woo, woo, woo. Thank you.
Florian, I also very much enjoy the Long Island iced tea, but I can't have too much.
I wonder if Long Island iced tea is from Long Island. It's definitely, if you want to know how skilled a bartender is, it's definitely the thing to order.
Yeah, I think the origin of it is kind of it's like one of those things that kind of is somewhere in the ether. And people have claimed, you know, Long Island has probably claimed, somewhere on Long Island has probably claimed it as the first place that they made it, etc., etc.
I am very fond of buffalo wings, which are from not too far away from your area. So,
oh yeah, that's true. I mean, not too far away in relative terms. I think Buffalo is about the 6 or 7 hour drive away from me. It's quite a way.
Yeah, and it all depends. You know, Midwest close, I would say, but the whole scale of things shifts as you move away from the East Coast. They did hunt the poor flying buffalo to extinction, I believe.
But yeah, actually, Zealot, last Sunday, actually a week ago, I was in New York City and I met up with Math Pesto and Woofer and Mormagli, and we did an escape room together. So certainly if there are other Sudoku people in and around the New York area, then we could increase our meets and do larger escape rooms.
Yeah, we've got so many people in the Iowa, Minnesota area. We should arrange a Iowa, Minnesota get together for the Sudoku folks, since I feel we're overrepresented.
Yeah, there's you guys, there's Scott, right? Scott
Yep, Scott, the Cogito, Ambrose are all in there, and I know there's a handful of others at least. Well, Kathy used to live in Minnesota, but now lives in the UK. Which did you like better, Minnesota or the UK?
She went the opposite direction to me.
Yeah, I was. Let's see if there's some sort of like equilibrium being maintained. Hard question, huh? I know, putting you on the spot in front of a bunch of people who might have strong opinions about your answer, so I don't mind if you don't answer.
To be fair, like people say to me, what was it like living in the UK? And I have to say, well, you know, I lived there 17 years ago, so I don't think I can accurately say anymore.
Yeah, that is true. And like, I definitely have that when people like ask me, like, what was it like living in Baltimore? And it's like, well, I can say what it was like, but also that was a long enough time ago that I now feel like, you know, even though my brain hasn't necessarily processed that Baltimore has moved on from me, it probably has.
Daniel, I don't know. I don't get where that perception of Manchester comes from. I lived in Manchester for 8 years, and I don't think it was particularly more rainy than other parts of the UK.
It's my understanding that like the UK as a whole is just rainy overall, but maybe I am wrong.
Maybe no rainier than like Seattle. I would say like
I
Seattle
mean,
is.
but Seattle is
Seattle.
like famously the rainiest place on Earth. So
Tristan, how is it? Can we have a tea update?
My tea is made. Zeta's tea has like 2 minutes on it.
would we like to try and figure out what it means to multiply numbers together to be 2000?
Yeah, I suppose I can like try and set up this
Product of all digits on a line is 2000, and digits in cages may not repeat and sum to a value, and the product of the sums of all cages of the same color is 2000. Okay.
so
Is this BarleyFermented's debut on the channel? This might be BarleyFermented's debut on the channel, actually.
I think so.
Yeah, it doesn't. The name isn't familiar.
Yeah, and I need to fix the alignment of this in OBS. Oh.
Well, 2 and 5, I believe, are the only prime factors of 2000. But someone might discover another one if they think about it long enough. Oh, it's Alan. Okay, yes. Sorry, I did not process that it was Alan. Yes. Okay, so we did definitely do a cool 6x6 by Alan previously. Do you have a suggested tree for us, Alan? The single digit cages are definitely 2, 4, 8, or 5. Row 4, column 1 for the betting tree. Yeah, 5 needs to show up 3 times on every line. So I think that places a 5, if I am not mistaken.
So we do have 5s in here.
Oh, no, it does not quite. So I don't think we can put a 5 in
Zeta's tea is ready.
two-cell cage. Okay. We will be back shortly. Or, well, Tristan will be back shortly. We'll still be here.
Yeah, we can.
And you will get the mysterious Tristan cameo. Yeah, I guess we did some factoring 1,000 puzzles for our 1,000 subscriber stream. Because I remember Naverio made one that later featured on Cracking the Cryptic as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was like little killer clues where you got the little killer total by summing the digits in each box and multiplying them together or something. It was a neat idea.
That sounds about right.
I'm guessing you were a guest on that stream because you're usually our go-to, but I
Yeah, I was, and that was when Gruckles was here as well.
Oh, right, and Ranks was on. Okay, yeah, that was the giant extravaganza of
Yes. So the product of all digits on the line is 2000. Okay.
So yeah, the 5s are going to be the interesting, challenging part because the only way you get a 5 out of a digit between 1 and 9 is a 5. We'll also talk about unique factorization in number theory, so that will be relevant to this puzzle. But I think the point of all of this is that row 5, column 7 can't be 5. I think that is one of the points. Yeah, we Tallcat and I have started many puzzles together and finished one puzzle together, but I bet we can finish another one. I have this like first step for a 6x6 little killer puzzle that I've been trying to make work for forever, and like I'm just trying to make like a 1-star little killer puzzle that I have like the first step that I want to make, and then I just like everything I try from that ends up like with this thing where it's like, oh, there's actually 2 degrees of freedom on this, or it breaks. I'm like, damn it, I hate little killer so much. But
you know, it's funny. I was actually I've been looking back at some older CTC features, and there was a codec little killer the other day, and it struck me. I was like, I don't feel like I've seen a lot of little killer puzzles lately. Maybe I've not been looking for them, but so I'm guessing there's probably going to be some ones on that long line as well, that diagonal line too, right?
Yes. So as Tristan sits down, I can tell him the deduction about the 5 that I think is relevant.
There's something
So
about
this cell cannot be 5.
this cell.
Because if this cell is 5, oh no, it could be a 5 and a 3. Those multiply together to be 8 and 8. Never mind.
5 and 3 do not multiply together to be 8, honey.
No, sorry. 5 and 3 add together to be 8, which is a divisor of the thing. Is a divisor of 2000. So never mind. So it is okay. Never mind. My proof is wrong. I will de-arrow. Okay, so but we do need 3 5s on this line up here. And so if you look at it, what we know for sure is we know one of these 2 cells in box 6 is a 5 because these cells are covered by column 6 and then boxes 3 and 6. And so I need 3 5s. And so I need 1 in each of those covering sets. So one of those 2 is definitely a 5. And we also, I don't know if you want to pencil mark at the column. We know one of these 2 in the column is a 5 in column 6 on this line.
One of what 2 in the, oh, these?
Yep, one of those 2 in column 6, yep.
But this one's not a 5 because we need a 5.
Right. Yes. Okay, got it. Yep, that is excellent. Yes. Beautiful setting there. So yeah, so that's a 5, and we get to do a 5 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you for the 5 dance. I feel like it's always the 5 dance that makes people in chat go, wait, there's actually a dance for each digit when they see the 5 dance the second time and it clicks. All right, so we have placed a 5 in the grid.
So that's not a 5, so that's a 5.
Yep, that's not a 5, so that's a 5. That's the way it works.
So now
that's a 5, because we need a 5 somewhere in that box on that line, and that's the only place it can be.
And the 5
all the single cell cages you can mark with 1, 2, 4, 8, 5 if you want.
Well, we can do the 5 in box 9 and 6 first.
That's true.
Yep, 5 here, 5 here.
See, I told you this cell couldn't be a 5.
Oh, of course.
Yes, all along. So yeah, so all the single cell cages can be 1, 2, 4, 8, 5, but they can't actually be 5 because I think all of them see a 5.
Is it just these 3?
I think so.
Oh yeah, that has to be a 5 in box 5, MicroStudy points out. And Ambrose.
Yep.
On the line, yep.
Beautiful.
But
not the one that's in column 6, because column 6 already has a 5.
Oh.
The T hasn't kicked in yet. It's okay.
I still have more T here.
So I'm noticing these 3 C cages have to total to an awful lot in order to get to 2000.
Well, actually, do we have to have, before we do that, do we have to have 3 5s on that other line as well?
We do.
So we can do at least box 8, sorry.
Yeah, because you just can't put 1 in row 6, column 4. So I need one of these 2, and it can only be row 8, column 4, as Tallcat says. And then we get a little Jovi wing on 5s.
Right, you can't put 1 here.
That has to go there. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and so 1 of row 6, column 1, and row 6, column 3, and 1 of row 9, column 1, and row 9, column 3 are 5s. And those are the last 5s in the grid, I believe. What is the cube root of 2000? I'm going to pull up Wolfram Alpha on the side so we can figure out what the cube root of 2000 is.
I mean, if you want, I can pull up Wolfram Alpha, and that may be more useful.
The cube root of 2000 is a little more than 12. So one of these three cages needs to sum to a divisor of 2000 that's more than 13. What's the next divisor of 2000 after 13?
Does 15 go into 2000?
15 does not, because there's no 3s in 2000, but 16 does. Although I don't think it can be 16, because if it were 16,
that leaves
if it was
125.
And that's 3 5s, and I can't get 3 5s in the other two. Because I can't make a 3-cell cage sum to 25. So that means the next divisor you could possibly use is 20. So I need one of these to be 20 or higher.
No, but couldn't one of the 2-cell C cages be 5?
Yeah,
Sum
one
to
of the two
5.
can be 5. But if I
make both of them can. You could have 5 and 5, and then 16 in the 3-cell cage, and 5.
That's
That's
not enough
5s.
25.
3
sorry,
5s,
yeah,
not 2.
Right.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, if we use a doubler and we could make one of the two-cell cages 25, then we could make it work.
I'm a biologist, not a mathematician.
I mean, this is way above my ability to count, but I think we're counting the 5s correctly. So we need a 3-cell cage that sums to a divisor of 1000. That must be 20 at least. But the largest a 3-cell cage can sum to is 24. And 21, 22, 23, and 24 all do not go into 1000. So therefore, this 3-cell cage must sum to exactly 20. And the reason, by the way, why it's a cube root that's relevant is because if you multiply 3 numbers together and get 2000, one of them has to be at least the cube root of 2000. So that's why we started there. Thank you, Karen. Donates $19.99. Congratulations on the big milestone, $20 for 2,000 subs. Thank you so much, Karen. Much appreciated. We can get you a donation dance. Thank you so much, Karen. Your support means a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for being awesome. It's why we do this. So this 3-cell cage sums to exactly 20, which means the other two need to multiply together to be 100, which means that, as chat, I think, foretold, they have to be 10 and 10. Yes. So we have two 10-cell cages, and the fact that they have to be 10 and 10 does tell me that this cell's not a 5, which resolves our 5 omino, or whatever you want to call it.
And now we should know, let's see.
6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, so those are from 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yep.
Yep, so sure is. Let's see. We could just actually mark every digit on a blue line as being 1, 2, 4, 8, 5 if you want. That might be helpful.
Well, 1, 2, 4, 8 now because
the
5s are all gone.
Yeah.
So 3, 6, 7, and 9 are what's left over. Earth computer points that out.
On every cell on a blue line, it's 1, 2, 4, 8. That's left because the 5s are gone.
Yeah. Oops.
I don't understand this 3, 6, 7, 9 point at all, by the way.
Because that's what's left after you take out 1, 2, 4, 8, and 5.
Oh, your point is there's a 1, 2, 4, 8 quadruple, but you hadn't even marked the 1, 2, 4, 8 quadruple when you filled those in. I see now. Okay. So let's see. Do we have we have a 1, 2, 4, 8 quadruple in row 6, so maybe we should fill in the rest of these. So these are 3, 6, 7, and 9. Okay. I'm trying to see if there's anything smart to be said about
Yeah.
the
Well,
C
so
cage.
I mean, the A are 4 cages and 3 of them are 2 cell and there's a 1 cell. I mean, is that reasonably restricted?
Might be. I'm wondering about this giant D cage that sums to a minimum of something enormous. Like it
And
might
this-
just be forced to add to 40. Because what's the minimum a 7-cell cage can sum to? Is it 28?
30.
No, 36.
No, it is 28.
Okay, so let's just count through and find and identify our first divisor of 2000. So 28 is not, 29 is not, 30 is not, 31 is not. 32 is too big because it's only a 2 to the 4th, right? I think, yeah, it's only 2 to the 4th. So 32 is 2 to the 5th, so it's too big. 33, no. 34, no. 35, no.
I think it is 40.
Yeah,
36
no,
has a 3 in
37,
it.
38,
Nope.
39, 40. Yep, it is. 40 is the smallest and is assuredly the biggest because 41, 42, 43, 44, and 45 all do not go in there. So
So
therefore,
that's
the
not
2
an
cells
8.
at the bottom sum to 5. So that is in fact a 1 or a, yeah, so yeah, exactly. And so if those multiply together to, or those add together to 40, that means the other 2 yellow cages, they multiply together to be 2000 divided by 40, which is above my pay grade to calculate.
That's 50.
Okay, so those multiply together to be 50. So one of those 2 sums to 10 and one of them sums to 5. Is the only way that I'm going to make 50 as a product of 2 2-cell cages, I believe. Because I need to split the 5s up, and then there's only a 2. So one of them is 10, and another one is 5.
I think whichever one is
The one in column
5,
9 only
that's
has
pretty
one
cheap.
way to add to 5.
I mean,
So-
they both have only one way to add to 5, 3 and 2.
Oh, that's true.
So one of these is 3, 2.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Let's see.
Zealot wants to think about the A cages. That's true. 3 is definitely in one of these cells, so we can take it out of box
yeah.
6 and row 6.
That's
Do
true.
we know the 3 isn't in row 7, column 9? Oh, yes, we do. We do. Right. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, one of these is the 3 for the 3, 2.
I don't think row 4, column 4 can be an 8. I think if row 4, column 4 is an 8, we probably have a problem. That's not row 4, column 4. I think if this is an 8, then what do we have left? We have to get 3 5s and a 2. Oh, maybe that's just possible because we could make one of the A's 10 and the other 2 5s. So never mind, that's fine. This is a
Wait.
1. Is it too small?
Wait, no, that doesn't work.
What's
Oh, sorry, it does work.
If this is a 1, I think I run into the problem that I need one of the cages to sum to 20 and the others are all 2 cells. So I think that maybe that can't be a 1, but maybe we're thinking too hard. But I don't think it can be a 1. I think that's exactly our calculation with the cube root of 2000 from before. If that's a 1, I need one of the others to be at least 20, and it can't be. So
Yep.
that's not a 1.
We are being encouraged to look at Jay Dyer's point. The pencil mark digits on the line in box 3 have a product of minimum 8.
That's true. So that means because I need at least 1, 2, 4 is the minimum possible product. And so that means the others need to have a product of a maximum of 2. So the others can only be from 1 and 2 is Jay Dyer's point. Because after the 5s, I just need a total product of 16.
Right.
And so if that cell in row 5, column 7 is a 1 or a 2, that takes a lot of digits out of that.
6 and 7
So
come out of that.
does that mean on the line in box 3 there has to be a 1 and a 2 because it's either going to be 1, 2, 4 or 1, 2, 8?
Sorry, what?
So if he was Jay was saying that the minimum of the product in box 3 is 8, which is 1 times 2 times 4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
the
there's
others have-
definitely a 1 and a 2 in these cells, is what Tallcat
Yeah.
is saying.
Ah, okay.
Because it's going to be 1, 2, 4 or 1, 2, 8.
Yep. And definitely at least one of row 4, column 6 and row 5, column 7 is a 1. Because otherwise our product is too big.
If these multiply to 4, that's too much.
Yes. Because that's getting us to 32 at minimum with the other box.
So actually in the yellow cage, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily pencil mark it, but in the yellow cage in box 6, there is a 1 or a 2 because there can only be. Oh no, scratch that. It could be in row 7, column 8. Never mind. I thought there was a virtual 1, 2 pair in box 6, but I'm mistaken.
Let's see. So in row 6, those 3 cells also multiply to a minimum of 8. No, the 3 cells on the blue line, sorry. And so those multiply to a minimum of 8. So the rest of those 3, they need to multiply to a maximum of 2.
Oh,
And so that's going to be very useful because they're going to need to be a 1, a 2, and a 1. This is Earth Computer's point. Yeah. So, and row 7, column 4 just is a 1 in order to make this work. And those are a 1, 2, 4. None of those can be an 8. Because we need only 4 2s, and we've already got one of the 2s. So none of those cells are 8. Not row 6, column 3 either.
Oh.
So that means that cell is an 8, which is now going to be huge because now that means that the other digits on this line multiply to 2. And that one can't be a 1. So it is a 2, and the other 2 are both 1s. This is very clean. And now Sven
3 5s and 16 is 2000.
Hopefully.
Yeah, so the central box is 8 by 5, which is 40, times by 2 is 80, times by 25 is 2000. Yeah.
Okay, and now there is plenty of cleanup to do.
4 2, come on, 2 and 1.
Looks down.
2 and 1. That's, oh, we know that's a 4 by earlier logic.
Row 5, column 3 must be 8 because that has to add up to 10.
Also, row 4, column 6 is a 1. Yep. Okay. So remember the C cages from long ago needed to be a 20 and 2 10s. So therefore, Tallcat's point is row 5, column 3 is 8, which resolves that that's a 6 and a 9. Very smooth. Okay, let's fill in the triple at the top. 1 3 4 7. Sorry, there's already a 1. It's just 3 4 7.
2. Oh, 3 4 7. Yeah.
Yep.
Zeta scanning to the rescue.
Always a danger with me. Let's see. Okay, so what's the minimum now that this B cage in column 6 sums to? Do I want to ask that? Maybe I don't. This sounds like it might require more math than I really want to do.
17 is the minimum for the 4-cell cage.
Yeah, so it probably has to sum to 20 because it's not getting to 40. Yeah, so it needs to sum to 20, and so those 3 digits sum to 12, but I probably I actually know what they have to be, but I don't necessarily want to calculate it.
This box doesn't have any way of adding to 5, by the way.
No, all the A cages need to sum to 10. There's no, because the next divisor above 10 is 20, and 2-cell cages can't sum to 20, so they all need to sum to at most 10, and therefore they all sum to 10. So each of the A dominoes sums to 10. I don't know that any of them are useful. That's what I just calculated, Screaming Ice Cube, is that it sums to 20. So I guess that means the other blue or the other red cages multiply together to be 100. So if the 3 red cages other than the one in column 6 multiply together to be 100, what does that tell us? They must be a 10, a 2, and a 5, right? No, that can't be right, because they can't be a 10, a 2, and a 5, so I must have done it wrong. How am I getting 2 5s? I think something's broken.
Where?
Yeah, something's broken. The B cage can't possibly sum to the B cage must sum to 25.
25.
The B cage must sum to 25, right? Because I can
That's
get
the only way we're getting a
can
third
get
5.
at most 1 5 out of the 3 B cages in rows 2 and 3. And so I need to get at least 2 5s out of this lower cage. So this must sum to 25. Yes, okay, that's possible. And so if this does sum to 25, what's 2,000 divided by 25? Let's see. So that's going to be a 5 and 4 2s. Is 80? Yes.
80.
So I need the others to multiply together to be 80.
You could have 2, 4, and 10.
And I do need the B cage in row 2 to be 10. And so because I need to get a 5, and that's the only place I'm getting a 5, and so therefore those are a 2-4 pair in row 3. That's the upshot of all of this. I need those to multiply together to be exactly 8. And so those are a 2-4 pair. We may have done a lot more work than we needed to in order to
so you can
obtain
take
this
2 out of row 2, column 7, because 8 is in column 6 already.
Yes.
So that places the 2 in column 9 in box 3, which is going to resolve which one of the cages in D is a 5.
Yeah. Come on. One of these is a 2.
Wait, hang on a second. What are they saying? Why can't the B cage be a 5?
Oh, it could be a 5. You're right. Right. You have to back up, Tristan. Right. I assumed it had to be 10, but it doesn't have to be 10. It could be 5. So you have to back up. It could be 5 with these being a 2 and an 8.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Yep. Good spot to chat. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. But disappointing because it we're about to get all the whole business.
There is always a 2.
Yes, and one of those 2 cells is a 2. Okay. So those 3 cells in box 8 need to sum to 17. I'm going to guess 17 and 3 without a 1, 5, and 8 is not something anyone knows in the killer calculator in their head.
No, but I mean, let's look at that box a little more, we might be able to do something. So if the red is 17 and we know the C is a 10, so that's 27, and we know +1 + 5 is 33, so the other 2 cells must sum to 12. So they at least have a 6 in. And we know the C cage can't have a 6 in because there's a 4.
Right. Beautiful.
So at least a 6 in the red cage.
Yep. Because you can't put a 6 in a 2-cell sum to 12, Tristan. Tristan was giving a quizzical look. And those 2 cells sum to 12 by the secret. Very smart.
So there is a 6 in here, and the other 2 sum to 11.
Yep. So
Oh.
pencil mark the 6, please. And
they're not 5,
Okay.
6, obviously. And it's not with 8 either.
So it would be 2, 9 or 4, 7.
yeah.
Neither of those are full.
Just trying to see if something was wrong with the domino adding to 12 being 4, 8, which is the thing I don't want it to be. But I think it could be 4, 8. It might be the case that one of these options, because I think each of these dominoes has 3 options for what it could be. Or sorry, each of these dominoes has 2 options for what it could be. And I don't know if any one of the options would break the 2 options for one of the others. Because this, for example, this C cage can only be 2, 8 or 3, 7.
But it can't be. Oh shit. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess, I mean, it's a minor point though, but row 2, column 7 now cannot be 4 because it can't be 4, 6 and it can't be 4, 1 if it's going to be 10 or 5. So the one next to it, Tristan. Row 2, column 7 can't be 4 because it would need a 1 or a 6 in column 6.
That's true. That's true.
You said row 2, column 6.
Fight me.
Let's see. So, hey, Ken, welcome.
Okay. Well, we can pencil mark 2 in box 1. It's in row 1, column 1, or row 1, column, or row 2, column 1. See, now I'm going to be checking my row and column numbers even more vigilantly. We know there's a 2 in one of the B cages, right, Tristan?
Yeah.
So that looks left into box 1.
Yep. So it's a 2.
Very minor. Yeah.
MicroStudy with a spot. We know A sums to 10. So 8 can't go here. So 8 goes here.
Yeah, very good.
Very nice. Yep. Very good.
Hi, the Cogito.
Hello.
This can't. Right. That was. Yep.
Row 6, column 9 can't be a 9 because that would need a 1.
Yep.
Because it would be 10.
That's true. It can't be a 6 either because that would need a 4.
Yeah.
So this is. Oh,
3,
wait.
7 or 2. 3, 7 or 2.
Yep.
3, 7 or Tor there.
Something like that, yeah. 3, 7 or Tau, maybe? I don't know. I keep trying to look for if one of these dominoes places itself in other cages that we know add to 10 if it would break. But I do not know. Or I've not seen anything yet, but I keep thinking that's going to be the next step.
So that A cage in column 7 is a 3, 7 or a 4, 6, I guess. Because it can't be 2, 8. And it can't be 1, 9. In
Right. Okay. Yep. So 3, 7, and 4, 6, and we can do a little bit about.
Garion asks if this is a 7 then this cage adds to.
Oh,
Then
that's
this
a
is
good
a
point.
3, but now these both add to 10, and only one of them is supposed to add
Yes.
to 10.
That's true.
Ah, very nice. Okay.
So this one is a 2 or a 3.
Can you pencil mark the A cage that Tallcat was talking about?
The A cage that Tallcat was talking about, which was that one?
Yeah, 3746. You just sort of nodded and then didn't actually write it in. But I'm
And this one's
intrigued-
not 3, so that one's not 7.
Yes. Hmm.
Yeah, I was hoping that something like that would be useful. So if row 4 column 7 is a 7, does that break? I don't think so, unfortunately. It gives us a 7 3 2 and then a 9 1.
Hmm. 4 in column 7. Mehdi says.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh,
it goes,
yes.
it goes in
Row
an
Wow.
A cage.
No, and
Row
it doesn't go on
1.
the top one. Because the top one, if that was a 4, it would need to be a a 6 or a 1 next to it, and it can be neither. Because of the pencil marked 6 from Tallcat earlier.
Oh, so there is
therefore
a
the
4
is
in this
here.
cage.
So this is a 4-6 cage. Very good spot.
Wait, this is a 2. We know this adds to 10. These all
Yes.
add to 10.
Yeah, we've known that for a while.
Well, you just said it could be 4-1.
I just wanted to give the argument so that chat didn't ask why it couldn't be 5, because it wasn't relevant at the time, and it was very easy to point at the 1 next to it. But yes, we know it adds to 10. Let's see. Let's see.
It's very interesting.
Oh, if A is, or if row 3 column 7 is a 4, that makes the B's 2 and 8. Oh, maybe that's okay. That just means I need to make this thing add to 5, and then it's just barely okay. Unfortunately.
Screaming Ice Cube says this can't be a 4, but I don't see why. If
Hey,
row
Kodak.
2 column 9 is 4, then row 2 column 7 times row 5 column 7 is 4. Oh, geez.
Yep. Because those two need to multiply, or those all need to multiply together to be 16. And so if that one is a 4, then those two need to multiply together to be 4, and they need to both be 2. Yep, beautiful.
Wow.
Wait, no, that's not how that works. There's another cell. It's not those two. There's a third cell. So that could be 4 2 1 2.
4 2 1. Yes. Yeah. That's
yes,
right.
if that cell wasn't there, that would be right. Unfortunately that cell is there. I mean, I was persuaded.
I'm not saying anything.
It's true. I am easy to persuade. So our red cells, yeah, I was just looking at where the 4 goes in box 8, but I fear everything is on the table as it currently sits. Let's see.
So I'm just going to pencil this.
Yeah, that might be helpful.
Pencil the A cage in row 1, because it can't be 4-6 and it can't be 1-9. So this is either 3-7 or 2-8, and we might actually be able to get some eliminations if we squint enough. So they can't both be 3-7.
Oh, that's an interesting point from Todd. I think the logic that Screaming Ice Cube was trying to do on 4 in row 2, column 9 actually can work for 8. Because then you would have 8 times 2 times 1. And then that would you would have 2 1s in column 7, I think.
So
right, because of the fact that this one
Yeah,
can't.
the one above it, Tristan. Row 2, column 9. That can't be 8.
Because if it's an 8, the thing below it is a 2, and then you need 2 1s in the column.
Okay.
I don't know if that works for the 3-9 though, because one could. Oh yeah, that comment's been deleted. Yeah, so it works for that.
So if there's a 2 in these cells, then these multiply to min 4.
Two, 3, 9, 1.
So it'd have to multiply to 8.
1. So this would have to be a 2, and that works.
Yeah, there's an annoying number of ways that work. It's that possibility that B cage can add to 5 in row 2 that's really irksome. If that was gone, then life would be a lot easier. You can remove 6 from row 5, column 6. I don't think it will do any good, but it will make us feel like we have forward momentum. Let's see. Yeah, so we've got all of these 10 cages. Yeah, 4 only goes in 2 places in box 6. I don't know if that's useful at all.
Okay, hang on. I think I have something. Maybe. Do I? Let me think about it and I'll get back to you.
2 in the cage in column 8 only actually has 2 places it can go.
Yeah, that's what I was
one
just
of them is one of them broken?
Yeah, okay, that's it. Yeah. Hang on. No. Wrong again. I'll get back to you.
2, 7, 3, 2, 2.
Okay. Yeah, no, this is it. I think. Am I 3, 2?
Well, just say what you're thinking, and it's okay if it's wrong.
No, it's wrong. I keep thinking that the 2 cages have to add up to 10, and I was thinking, what if row 7, column 8 was a 2? I was trying to think if there's something that's common between the 2 positions of 2 that it forces something the same. But I keep making a mistake that the 2 D cages have to both be 10, whereas one of them should be 5. Um,
Yeah, we have to specifically avoid both of them being 10,
Yes.
weirdly. I think this is still live, Alima. Hopefully. So if row 3, column 7 is a 4, it makes those a 2, 8. It forces this cage in row 2 to add to 5. Is that at all a problem? It doesn't sound like a problem. Is it a problem if 8, 2, 1, 2? I'm tracing through what happens if row 2, column 7 is an 8, because I'm noticing that puts a 2 next to it, which then forces a 1 and a 2 over into the box. And trying to trace through if that's a problem, but I think annoyingly it isn't. I think it works. If I'm tracing correctly.
MicroStudy has a chain that they think eliminates 3, 7.
Okay.
Maybe.
Jim would like us to pencil mark column 8. I am happy to pencil mark column 8.
Okay,
Because
so
I think there are some non-trivial eliminations based on all of our corner pencil marks everywhere.
right. So we still need a 2 and a 3.
You have a mark button that would do this for you.
No, let's not do the mark button just yet.
Well, the mark button now, Tallcat, will only mark the cells you have highlighted.
Oh, okay.
So if you want to mark a column, there's just a button for that.
Okay.
It doesn't know about corner marks though. So we'll now have to take the 2 out of all the things in box 3. And we'll have to take, I was gonna say we're gonna have to take the 4. We'll have to take the 3 out of row 5, column 8.
Mm-hmm.
Darn, I was hoping for more than that, I admit. Because I keep trying to ask, if this thing is 3, 7, then where do 3, 7 go in this row column box? And it keeps like being very restricted. For everything that could be 3, 7, I have tried asking if it was 3, 7, where would that put 3, 7 in a bunch of places? And it's always like, oh, in these 2 places. But it keeps being very restricted, but not restricted enough.
Oh, Jesus Christ, MicroStudy.
Oh, yeah, that's a hell of a... Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna...
Let's see.
That's an awful long chain.
Chad says
2.
if this is
Oh,
a 2,
I need those to multiply to 8. So they have to be 1 and 8 in the box. And then that has to be a 3 to go with it. Because it now has to add to 5.
If this is a 2... Chad says if this is a 2, we can't place 2 in box 1.
Alima says, henceforth, MicroStudy is going to be referred to as MacroStudy.
So yeah, MicroStudy is suggesting just investigating what happens if row 2 column 6 is a 4. Because it does give us a 1 and a 2 in the row. And now I need
Now what are these multiplying together to be?
16. So they have to be 2 and 8.
Oh, that breaks. Because now you need a second 1 in the column, in column 7. Because 16, that
no, I do need that to be a 2, don't I? No, because of the 2 on the line. I missed the 2 on the line again. Yep, that needs to be a 1. Okay, because those can't be a 2, 8. That's the point. Those two things in column 9 can't ever be a 2, 8 pair because it puts 2 1s in the thing.
Yeah. So
this is,
and so if that was a 4, it would make those a 2, 8 pair, which does not work. So that can't be a 4. And so the thing next to it, oh, never mind. I was gonna say, so the thing next to it can't be a 1, but that's not true. But that can't be a 4 at least.
So what is this? If this adds to 5, this is a 2, 3.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
A 9 or a 2.
A 9 or a 2. Oh, but where are we putting the 4 in column 6 is the point.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, gorgeous.
So now we know what this is. 4, 6, 7 is...
Yes. So now the 10 cage is fixed.
So that is a 2 and an 8.
Yeah, why did you take
I think I took the wrong thing out of that.
7 and 4 are next to each other on the keypad, so yeah, it's just very
So now
easy
the 3-9 pair remaining in box 8. Because that's going to clear some stuff in box 5. Oh, actually, before
this can't be a 2, but one of these had to be a 2, didn't they?
Right.
Yes, if they're a 4-8 pair, they multiply to 32, which is too big.
So that is a 2.
And if that can't be a 2, those can't add to 5 anymore.
Yes.
So those add to 10, and so therefore that's a 4 in row 3, column 5.
Row 3, column...
Because that other B domino now definitely adds to 10, because you just broke the only way to make it add to 5.
Mm-hmm.
So it adds to 10. So these two need to multiply together to be 8. And so
that is a 4. That resolved. So this now 1, so that's not a 3.
Yep.
So
you can tidy up box 5 a little.
Here.
Yeah.
This is a 3.
Oh, that as well. Yeah.
So that's a 7, and now this needs to be a 3 and a 2 to add to 5.
That's true.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
Okay, and so now on this line, we've got 2 2s, so we need a 1 and a 4 to make that line work in box 3. Because I need to make those 2 digits multiply together to be 4, and the only way to do that is 1 and 4.
Okay. So this is not a 3, so this is not a 7.
This
has been very smooth, except for one step that we apparently missed.
Oh, this is a 1, so this must be a 9.
Yep.
The 3-9 pair is resolved in box 8.
So that's a 6 and a 7, and whatever this is.
8.
That's a 3. And now we're trucking.
Yeah. Okay.
4, so this must be a 6.
Mm-hmm.
We get our 6 and our 9 resolved down here. That's a 3. That's a 9. 6 and 9 here. That's a 3. That's a 7. 8 and 2.
I guess it's probably marking
that's
time.
A 2.
Yeah, this definitely feels like
That's a
a
2,
mark.
and now it's mark time.
Woohoo!
That
Whew.
does make me that pop up.
Every time, yeah, it's the best.
That one thing, and it
Wow.
collapsed.
Yeah, we sort of, yeah, we must have missed one thing in there, but every other step was sort of buttery smooth.
The bet tree is a 6.
Oh, Ambrose, please do that's amazing. That is my favorite meme, I admit. And I feel like that is perfect.
Very neat idea, though. I as well.
Yeah, I mean, aside from whatever step we did not see, that was amazing.
Yes.
If only
Yes,
if only chat had not noticed that cage could sum to 5, it would have been super smooth, and we would have cut 20 minutes off the solve. Because when I just asserted that the cage in row 2 had to sum to 10, then
Yes.
if we'd have just done it, it would have all been fine.
I think the moral of the story is we should ignore chat.
Yeah, that would go well.
Yes, definitely.
Shall we push straight on, or do we want to take a break?
I need to take a real quick break, but you two can keep solving, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, you can jump on from my point
Alright.
of view, Tristan. I believe
Next up that I have is Andrewsarchus's puzzle.
Oh, and I think Andrew is in the chat already.
Fillo cheesesteak. So this is a
hybrid.
Yeah.
Is this going to be one of these puzzles that is going to come up and we're going to look at the rules and we're going to say, you know what, let's wait for Zeta. Let's see.
No. My software died again. Oh.
Uh-oh.
I thought I fixed this yesterday. Shoot.
Or Tristan's software, yes. The penguin is disappointed also. Okay, well, in the meantime, let us keep chatting.
I'm going to take a quick break and fix this, so we'll be right back.
We'll be back.
technical issues resolved.
Welcome back, folks. Next up, we have an Andrewsarchus Fillomino puzzle. So, but only from 1 to 9. So this is a new this is catching on. Fillomino, but only with digits 1 through 9, aka I hate Penpa, is I suspect what the name of that rule actually is. And so we have Fillomino rules with renban, German whispers, and kropki pairs. And clues outside the grid are sandwich products. Each one is the multiplicative product of the digits between the largest and smallest regions within the indicated row and column. Is that an indication that there is a unique largest and smallest region in the row and column?
Probably.
Or is it I get to choose which of the largest and which of the smallest I use? Oh, that is literally the next sentence. Sandwich-clued rows and columns will have exactly one smallest region and exactly one largest region. For example, if a sandwich-clued row's largest digit is a 7, then all 7s in that row will belong to the same region. Perfect. Okay, great.
So you should have really just kept reading.
Yeah, if I'd have not even paused to ask, I would have gotten there before I got there. Okay.
All right.
So can I, just for my own understanding, because I've not done many Fillominos, I just want to make sure I understand, is that you have regions of particular size that contain so a region with 6 cells in has the number 6 in all of them, and regions are not allowed to have an adjacent region of the same size. Is that correct?
That is exactly right. And welcome, Ace of Spades. So everywhere there is a
renban.
Right, and everywhere there's a whisper, and everywhere there's a dot, we get to draw a boundary immediately.
Yep, so let me...
So lots of fun for Tristan with a pen tool.
Yep, so, whoops.
You probably want to put it on edges only for the moment. Certainly you don't want it on center only, but I think you probably
That's
want
why
it
it wasn't working.
only. Yes. Okay, so those and those. This is a cool rule set idea. How long is this renban? Tallcat and I can count while you continue dotting.
5, 6, 9. Good lord.
It's 9. Okay, so so this is actually, there is going to be a 9 in here somewhere. Fascinatingly, I have a digit.
Ah.
We can let Tristan continue doing things if Tristan wishes to do that.
Well, let me do this so I make sure I get all of them, because that's going to be tricky to get all of them.
Yep. For sure. I always think I have all of them, and then chat always finds 4 more that I've missed. So we'll see how your record is.
I do like puzzles like this where you can. I think was it who was it? Was it Xenonetics? A lot of like puzzles like with a chaos constructions with like a whisper line, and it was like every other cell belonged to a different region. And
okay, that's what I think we've got.
That looks good to me.
Okay, and so can we fill in
hang on, I've lost chat.
Row 11, column 1?
Yeah. Oh wait, I didn't, hang on, I didn't post links or stuff, so me.
And can I also request on the behalf of chat from the future, and particularly Ambrose, that you just ring the whole boundary?
Sure.
I will very much upset many folks if we do that.
Okay, and there's chat, and there's the puzzle, and ring the boundary.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a bit OCD about that as well.
It will upset me a great deal if it's not. Especially it's worse in ones where you can only barely see it, but then it just nags at the back of your mind that something is wrong. So the point is that row 11, column 1 is a 1 because it's now in a region that has to have size 1. And so we get to come out and do the 1 dance. Woo! Ba-do-ba-do! Boo! Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba! Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Many people have asked about the difference between the 1 dance and the 9 dance, which are somewhat similar, but the 9 dance is the only dance that involves front flips. If you are a connoisseur of Jack stylings,
Yeah. The 1 dance is just up and down. The 9 dance has flips.
But the important thing is, like, Zach usually finishes dances with a backflip of any sort. That's just Zach sort of extemporaneizing. But the sort of like the improvised flips are always back flips. It's only front flips for the 9 because 9 is special. So now here's a nice thing. Nothing in column 1 can be a 1. So everything in column 1 now, because of the rule, is larger than 1. And in particular, these numbers are at least 6, the ones that touch the 1 on a whisper.
Yeah.
So that's exciting.
And this region, should I be coloring regions as well?
Probably.
Yeah.
So the one in row 1, column 1, which is the only one I'm going to know the number for, it's bigger than 1, so we know it comes down for sure. Because of the reason we know it's larger than 1 is because we are told there is a unique largest and unique smallest in columns that are clued. And so if it were a 1, it would not be, there would not
And
be a
these
unique
two are in the
smallest.
same region.
Yes, because that's at least a 6. So even if it were to take that thing, it would also take that thing. That is correct. Let's see.
Should I have row and column labels even though we've got outside clues?
Unfortunately, I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, because it's 10, isn't it?
It is 10.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't look too bad, I think.
Let's see. How does this look to our chat? That's all right. We can actually make this a little bigger. There we go.
And 72 is 9 times 8. So there's only things with factors of 3 and 2 in this column between the 1 and the highest numbered thing. Now,
So,
interestingly, that 6, 7, 8, 9 at the bottom, that definitely can't be a 7. No, at the bottom of column 1.
Oh, sorry.
It can't be a 7 because it's part of the sandwich product. And in fact, if this region goes up, I think we're already boned. Because if this region goes up, can you remove the 7 from it?
Oh, yep. So
if this region goes up, the square of this digit is part of the product. And I cannot, in neither 6 squared, 8 squared, nor 9 squared, none of those divide 72. So
so there's actually a boundary here.
Right. And so this cell is yellow.
Right.
And now it could be a 9 if... Oh, no, it can't. Okay, it can't be a 9. I don't...
Oh, no.
Think.
Sorry,
right. It can't be a 9 because 9 would be the sandwich boundary, as Jay Dyer's point that I was not understanding. I was going to give a way more complicated proof, but 9 is the largest digit, and there's a unique largest region. This sandwich product would be a 1 if that was a 9. So you can rule 9 out of both of those.
Sorry, can you just go over again? I'm missing the point of why it can't go up. I'm not understanding.
Okay, so it's... Do you want to take it or me?
If it goes up, the product includes that number twice, and so, oh, it could go up if it's a 6, can't it? It can go up if it's a 6.
36 does go into 72.
Okay, 36 does go into 72. So sorry, it can go up.
Whoops.
Yep. But those really, that cell really can't be a 9 either.
That's true.
So sorry, I miss. It's like 36 can't go into 72. 72 is too small to have 36 go into it, but it can in fact have 36 go into it. In fact, actually, that's fairly likely that it's going to be that. Oh, Carl says it does still have to be yellow because yellow certainly can't take 3 cells in column 1. Sorry,
I
the
don't
cell in row
understand.
9, column 1 can't take 3 cells in column 1. So how is that getting to 6 cells? It's not getting there in column 1. So it can only even get to 5 if it doesn't become yellow.
And we can't.
Actually, it can't even get to 5.
And
No, the product is now product is now 216 at least.
Right.
We're just going to pretend that 6 cubed is 216. It probably isn't, but close enough.
It actually is.
So that's yellow is the point.
Yeah, okay.
And row 9, column 3 must be yellow as well then.
Why? Why can't it be 1?
Row 9, column 3, row 9, column 3.
Oh, row 9, column 3, sorry. Yes. So this is 1. Wait, no. This is... Wait. That's wrong. That can't be right.
No, yeah, that makes sense.
Because then what's this? We have to have a white dot relationship.
That can get to 6. That yellow digit can be 6, and it can't be anything bigger than 6. So highlight every cell that can be yellow is the.
No, I think that's the point. I think that must be yellow.
That must be yellow.
6, yes.
And so yellow is going to have to be 6 is the point, because yellow can only get to 6 cells at most. If yellow, so the first point to note is that you definitely have a border between row 9, column 2 and row 9, column 3. Yellow can't take that cell in row 9, column 3, because if it did, it would break in exactly the way you just said. So draw that boundary in. And now highlight every cell that can be yellow, and you'll see there's exactly 6 of them. And so therefore yellow must be 6 because it's at most 6. Yep. And so all of those are yellow and they're all 6.
And then we get a border here.
You get a border and you get a 2 and another 2 and a 1. No, sorry. And a number that's bigger than 6. So row 7, column 1 now has to be a 2.
Yes.
Because we need to multiply together to be 72, and we currently multiply together to be 36. Because of the 72 clue in the column.
Okay, so... Alright, so then... Alright, so this is going to be a 2.
2, and it's going to go over there, yep.
There, and end.
Yep. And then we've got a 7, 8, 9 across the whisper, and that number, whatever it is the largest number in the column. Yep.
So it definitely goes up.
Yep, whatever it does, it definitely goes up. And it definitely doesn't go on the... Oh, no, it could go on the renban at any point. Right. Never mind. Sorry, I was going to say something that was wrong.
And we have another 1-cell region in row 10.
Ah, right, because 6 only goes across and whispers from a 1.
Very nice.
And that's a 5 or a 7 next to the 6 on a white dot.
That's also the only one in column 4 now.
And now also row 10, column 5 is at least 2, so you can extend it. And Carl points out we need to keep in mind that red and orange could be the same because we didn't actually differentiate them, which is a good thing to keep in mind. Row 10,
let's make them. We could make them all gray.
I mean, you could use the gray pen tool is what I usually do for that. Row 10, column 5 is at least 2, so you should somehow mark that it comes out. Yeah, I use center marks in the pen tool for regions that I don't know, but whatever you like.
I hate that. Yeah, we can decolor orange. That's a great idea, Jay.
Why don't you just make them both red/orange?
I agree with Jay. I think interesting. We can decolor them.
But then we don't know that. Then we've lost marking that it's not a 1. But that's okay if you want.
Or we could just make them gray, so we haven't like assigned a color to these.
That is also perfectly acceptable.
Just gray regions.
I feel like we're getting into the Simon debate where he spends like 5 minutes of a video deciding what color he's going to make something.
Gray regions,
and it's very important.
A contiguous block of gray is one region, but we don't know, we haven't bestowed a color on it yet.
That is very sensible. And then we even have multiple colors of gray for grays that we don't know if are the same or not.
Or grays that we know are different.
So in column 4, don't we have a similar... We have a similar thing that we just had in the last puzzle, that you have to have things multiplying to 2000.
That's true. So we need 2, 4, 8, or 5 are the only possible values for row 9, column 4.
Is 2K literally 2000?
I assume so.
I took it to mean that it's an even number. Okay, it's literally 2000. Okay.
It is a 2000 subscriber celebration puzzle, so it would make sense.
It didn't even occur to me. I just
2, 4, 8, or 5. Oh Lord, if you had to solve for K, that would be amazing.
Yes, algebra.
2, 4, 8, or 5, Tristan.
But yeah, I mean, I don't think we can do anything more with that right now, but...
Well, the cell above it's also 2, 4, 8, or 5, and the cell above that's also 2, 4, 8, or 5, because what's the minimum number of cells we could get to multiply together to be 2K? We're gonna need 3 5s for sure. There's no way we're getting 5 except with a 5 in this puzzle. So there's gonna be 3 5s in this sum. And then I'm gonna need to get to 16, which I could get in 2 cells maybe. So there's always at least 5 cells total. So you can mark those 5 cells as 2, 4, 5, 8. There doesn't have to be an 8. There could be, for example, 2 4s, or there could be 3, or there could be 4 2s or something. But we know we get at least that many cells that are part of this. And interestingly, if we do use an 8, then we have to use a 9. Well, Jay is claiming I can't put a 5 on a German Whispers.
Yes. Say
that. Yeah.
But it can't be 8, can it? Because no, there could be a 9. Never mind.
Yeah, if there's a 9, if we use an 8, then we have to use a 9 in the column because we have to beat the 8.
This renban already has a 2 on it, points out Jay.
Excellent, excellent. I'm trying to do my nonogram logic. I think there's a lot of cells we can mark 2, 4, 5, 8 by nonogram logic, because the smallest product for 2000 is 2, 4, 5, 8, and so the middle 2 cells always need to be part of that product in any such clue. So the middle 2 cells of every row with a 2K need to be 2, 4, 5, 8. Is the point.
Okay.
So by
those, and those, and these.
and those, yes. I think that's all of the ones we get. But hey, that's still a bunch of free pencil marks, so I will take the free pencil marks.
Yeah, so whatever this is, it goes up or down.
So it can't be an 8. Because that would put 2 8s in my product, which would be too big. We're allowed exactly 2 4s or exactly 2 5s, or more than 2 5s, in fact.
So there's an interesting point. This needs at least 4 cells, but if it goes this far up, it breaks the product.
No, it could be a. Oh no, that's right. It can't be a
We
5
can't
because
have
of the
we
German
can't have
whispers,
3
right?
4s, and
And we
this
can't have
be
a
a
5
5
going through there. So yeah, so
and
it has
these
to
can't
go
be the same, so it can't
right.
escape this way. So
Right.
this
That's
is the
gorgeous. So
same.
that German whisper ruling out the 5 does an enormous amount of work secretly. That's really cool.
So these are the same.
Yep.
Yes.
So that's not 2 or 8.
Yep.
So these must be different.
Oh, interesting. So look at row 9 and think where the product starts.
Oh wait, we don't know. Shoot, we don't know orange is different from green.
Because this product has to have started already by the time you get to the green. So somewhere to the left of that is either the largest or the smallest number in the row. And none of these numbers look like they want to be the largest or the smallest number in the row. But if you think about it, I think they have to be it has to be the largest we've already seen, not the smallest.
These can
those
these
can be
could
the same. I completely
same.
agree. One can be light gray and one can be dark gray.
Can it be 4 though? Because 60, if it were 4 in column 4, then you'd have to have 2 4s, right? I don't think you can have 3 4s because that would be 60.
Right, because the thing above it is going to give you another 2.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, okay, totally agree with Tallcat. If those are 4-4, then you get another 2 immediately above it, and that's too many 2s. So it's 5. Very good spotting, Tallcat.
So these are
Yeah,
5.
just like, yeah.
And it can't go up. And it can go left 1, but it can't go up here. So this is also 5. These are the same.
Can you put in the boundary that you just used? Yep.
But these are the same region.
Yep. Agree.
And
so you
that's
can
a
fill a
5,
5
and
into
5.
it. And that may or may not be a 5. It probably is a 5, but who knows? To its left, I mean. So the thing is now either 6 or 7 is the largest digit in this row. So that definitely can't be an 8.
Yep.
Which is very very interesting. And now this is a 4 or a 6 next to a 5 on a renban is probably worth noting.
For
in row 10. Yes. It's way more disorienting when people are saying things out loud at you than when people are typing things in chat, because when people are typing things in chat, you can just ignore them if you're confused, but it's harder to ignore when people actually get to shout at you. Let's see. So I would love to prove that this digit either is or isn't 7, because I feel like either of them would be very useful.
I'm just looking at this 2K clue in column 5 now. Because we have 2 5s.
Here's a point.
Broken?
These can't.
No, it can't be broken. Right, but those 5s aren't part of the product. It does feel very difficult for it to be 7. That's why I keep focusing on it. Tristan has a point?
Yeah, actually, it's Martin's point. Is if this is 6, isn't that just going to? It has to escape into row. This, no matter what it is, has to escape into row 9. And if it's 6, it just fucks the 2K clue.
Yeah.
So it puts a
Yes.
3 in our
Our
2000.
product. Yep. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So it's not a 6. So it is a 4. Good.
I think Andrew is in chat, so I think if we were broken, I would presume he would say something, but
So our 2K clue in column 5 needs to start between the cells we've already marked 2, 4, 5, 8. Well, at least between the ones in column in 5 and 6 and here. So we need either a very big or a very small number in one of these two cells.
oh yeah, no, that's the point, I guess, is that we can have another 5 in so long as it's not the biggest or the smallest.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. There is a unique highest and lowest, but there doesn't have to be a unique middle.
Yes.
So we have to have quite a few more 5s in this
column. Yes.
Well, you can put a boundary between row 8, column 5, between that cell and the one above it.
Here?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just looking at the fact that the product in column 7 is a 4 and thinking about what's going to happen if this 4 touches that whisper. Because if the 4 touches the whisper, then it's going to put a 9 on the whisper, which is then going to be the largest digit. And then we're going to... it would be very specific, but it doesn't... I don't think it's broken, sadly. We know that 27 in column 10 is 3 3s. So somewhere in column 10, there are 3 3s in a row, because that's the only way you can multiply to be 27 in this puzzle, which is interesting.
You can't have a 9 next to a 3?
9 is the largest number, so it's not part of the product.
You are
and 1
correct.
is the smallest number, so it's not part of the product. So it's got to be 3 3s in a row.
Yep.
Trying to decide if there's somewhere where 3 3s in a row obviously breaks. Well, it's interesting because we do have a boundary already in the column. So it's either the 3 3. Oh no, the 3 3s can't go at the top. Because there need to be a number above it to start the sum. So the 3 3s actually don't start at least until row 4. And then they end by row 9. And so if you count, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dagnammit. I think that's exactly enough that we don't know a single number that has to be a 3. But there have to be...
row 6, I think row 6, column 10 has to be a 3, doesn't it?
Oh, let's see.
Row 6, column 10. Tristan, I think, is a 3.
Couldn't I put 3 3s immediately below that and be okay?
Oh, yeah.
Is there a reason I can't do that?
There could be a 1 at the bottom, you're right.
Garion has a point about these cells.
This is a very cool puzzle, by the way, Andrew.
If this is high, then this is also high. And I don't think that's going to work. Just by geometry.
Oh, actually, yeah,
if this is high, it has to escape this way.
And then it's at most 5, because look at all the cells it could take. There are 6 cells it could take, but there's 2 of them it can't take both of, so it would be at most 5, so it doesn't work. So those are low. Why don't you just pencil mark them 1, 2, 3, 4? And then likewise, the other digits along those whispers you can pencil mark.
But I don't... Well, let's see. That was a good spot, then, for sure.
Yeah, it's a very good spot. So
we are
here's
also...
an interesting note. Row 8, column 9 can't be a 3. This is a thing I was noticing before. If row 8, column 9 is a 3, that's not row 8, column 9, the other row 8, column 9. If that's a 3, that 3 spills out into the column where we need 3 3s in a row, and it's gonna screw it up.
Yes.
Because it
So-
couldn't touch that 3.
I really want to look at chat's point that they've been sort of jumping up and down about 5s in column 5. So we have to fit 3 5s in column 5.
Other than the 2 that are already there. I do agree with that.
And we can only put one of them on this renban.
VJ, the rules are posted at the link that's pinned at top. So if you click the link that's pinned at top, it will give you all of the rules.
That's the point.
Yeah.
These 2 cells must be 5 because these can't be 5 and only one of these can be 5. So we must have these 2 cells being 5.
So all 3 of them must be 5, right?
Well, I agree that those 2 are 5 at the very least. I'm happy with
These
that.
2 are 5. This one doesn't necessarily have to be 5. We could have a 5 above it.
Yep.
This one's, maybe probably 5, but these 2 are definitely 5.
Okay. Yes.
Agree. I want to ask if row 8, column 9 can even be 4. I kind of think it's going to have to be a 1 ultimately. If this is a 4, how do I not block off my 3s? I guess there's some like really pathological case
Like
where
this.
4 is the largest number in this column.
Or, I mean, you could, yeah.
Yeah, you could have
vaguely possible, but it's pretty ugly.
Like
but
4's
I
here,
agree
a
it's
1
technically
here.
possible.
No, because if the 1 and the 4 were next to each other, the 4 would have to be
So 4s would have to be like this.
Yeah.
And that
And
would
then-
be a 1, and then you'd have your 3 3s above it.
No, you'd have 3 3s above it and then a 1 above that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Then 3 3s, then a 1.
And then
right.
you could have 3s above it because then the 1 and the 4 would be, the 3s would be between the 1 and the 4.
So I think a thing that's important to note, and I'm just going to highlight on screen and Tristan will draw it for you. I think we've actually proven these 3 cells are all from 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that Tristan proved that before, and we didn't really appreciate not those 3, the 3 to the left of that. Sorry, it's drawing everything I draw. It's drawing in 2 places.
Yeah, I think Jay
These?
pointed that out as
Yeah,
well.
I think earlier you proved something by proving that those are all from 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, well, yeah.
And we should pencil mark that because it means that the ones to its right are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's very interesting because it certainly also means that row 8, column 10 is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so I think this is slowly boxing us into the point where I'm not going to be able to put a 3 in row 4, column 10. Because I think if I put a 3 in row 4, column 10 now, I'm obligated to put a 1 above it because I can't put a 2 above it.
Well, I think we have to look at the row 9 clue now because it's getting very boxed in.
Yeah.
If the 6 is the highest.
So yeah, so now 6 or 7 is definitely the highest.
Yes.
These can't be 5.
Right. If any of them are 5, that 5 can't get out. So those are 1, 2, 3, 4. That's great.
That was Rock Red Zero's point.
So are we agreed that in the row 9 clue we have to have 3 5s, right?
Yes, we
Either
definitely
way.
have to have 3 5s.
But the others have to be multiplied to 16.
Yep.
So can that be a 3?
Look.
No, I mean like
this.
Right. Okay, I agree
cell,
with Tallcat's point.
This cell can't be a 4 because of the white dot.
Yep, can't be a
that's
4.
true.
I also think you know that row 10, column 10 can't be a 3. because it would create 3 3s that aren't the 3 3s that we care about. And then it would push the 3 3s that we actually care about to be on a renban with a 9.
Wait, what?
What?
So if row 10, column 10 is a 3, we know what the triomino looks like.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you need to have a 1 above that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you have 3 3s above that, because
Yes.
we need 3 3s
Yeah.
in the column. This is the only place they can go. Oh, the highest digit could be a 5 if that's in the
I
column.
mean, the highest
Never
digit
mind.
could be a 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe that's okay. Never mind.
But I think let's look at row 9 a bit more.
Yeah, so Tallcat's point is I can't put 3 in a bunch of these places in row 9 because there's some stuff I know is definitely in the product. So the product, remember, is at least 5 cells long. So for example, row 9, column 7 is definitely in the product, so it can't be a 3. And now,
Oh,
if
no, you could have 2 4s. Yes, never mind.
yeah, and so the only way that row 9, column 8 is a 3 is if 3 is the smallest number in the row, which I think breaks. Because if 3 is the smallest, maybe it
Oh, and the
could be
product
3,
can't have
3,
a 1.
4.
Can't be 1.
Right, can't be 1, right. I'm just
So
trying to get rid of
So this
row 9,
can't be
column
6.
8 is a 3. It's got 2. So if row 9, column 8 is a 3, then it's got 2 4s next to it on the left. And then what does the row look like?
And then these would have to be 5s.
Those will all
No,
be
but then-
5s. But
right,
I
then
care about
next
the other
to it
end
would
of the
be like-
row.
next to
Oh,
it would be
here.
1, 2.
Right. So
That would break. Because then you'd have a number lower than 3. And so 3 would get included in the product.
right. So that would be 3 3. Is there any way it could go 3 3 4 exactly? Because I think that might be able to be 3 3 4, unfortunately, and then just work.
So I think we have to prove this can't be a 4.
Yeah, that's what I tried to prove before, but I think you stopped me from proving it because I think you noticed something that I had
Oh, I
not
see.
appreciated.
Fair enough.
But there's only exactly one way it could possibly work. It couldn't be a 3 3 2 at the end, Martin, because a 3 3 2 at the end would make 2 the low sandwich digit.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I messed up.
Why can't
okay. So no, it's a bit look aheady, but hang on. No, ignore me. I'm getting.
I need to take a really quick break. Do you want me to leave you on to talk about this, or should we all take a break?
Yeah,
Sure.
we
If
can
you
finish. Yeah.
we'll talk about it.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, Mixo, thank you. Row 10.
I think so. Row 10, column 7 cannot be 3. Oh, that's true.
Yes, that's true. Okay, agree with that.
Oh, so then that means that if that takes 4 off row 10, column 8, then that takes 4 off row 10, column 9 as well. Because then that would just not be able to get out.
Ah, yes. Okay, yeah. So that's good. That's gonna get us some bit with this stuff down here.
4 by 4 by 4 is 4 by 4 by 4 is 64, right?
Yeah, we can't have 3 4s. 2 4s is all we can have in a product.
Right. So then that would also mean that row 9, column 8 is not a 4, because if that were a 4, it would then have to get out. So I think we can knock 4s off all 3 of those.
Yeah, I think you're right. Let's see.
2, 2, 2, 4, 8 times. God, making me do math.
I know, right?
4 in row 10, column 6, 7. And in row 9, column 7, 8, maybe. I mean, I think that 4 by 4, I kind of get the feeling that 4 by 4 in row 9, 10, column 8, 9 must have a 3 in. Because it can't be made, if there's no 4s there, say, then it can't be made up of what, it can't be made up of 1s and 2s because they would all be next to each other, right?
Okay, I think you guys have some things to explain to me.
Yes, so Josh Johnson pointed out that row 10, column 7 cannot
Which you
be
can pencil mark initially as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but you actually immediately can get rid of the 5.
And the 3.
And then the new thing is you can get rid of the 3, yeah.
Which means that the one next to it cannot be 4. So row 10, column 8 can't be 4, and now row 10, column 9 cannot be 4.
Yes.
And I think row 9, oh no, I think I see what Nicholas was saying.
So row 9, column 8 can't be 4 now, because if it was 4,
well,
what would it do?
Down,
so it would have
it would
to do a very
4, 4, 4, and that's too much.
No, and that's too much. Or it would go down into a Z, but then it still puts. Oh no, because that could be a 5. Never mind. No, it could be a 4.
Yes.
Sorry, because
No,
that could be a 5.
No matter what, it would go 4, 4, 4.
No.
Because even if it takes that, it still has to get out.
No,
but
there's a 4. There's a 4 there. There's a 4 in row 10, column 6 already.
4 and well, it's
so it
would, I see.
So it could do that with a 5, and then it would be good.
Alima says that when you came back and said, I think you have things you need to tell me, it sounded like a teacher coming back to class.
It does a bit. Okay.
Just gonna go blow my nose.
So Tallcat was wondering what the world looks like where none of the cells in that little 2x2 down there are 3. If none of those are 3, then we've got a bunch of 1, 2s. And so that would have to be.
Yeah, I was looking at it if row 9, column 8 wasn't a 4, though, and I think we agree.
Yeah, I think it annoyingly can just barely be 1.
I mean, these can be a 1, 2 if this is a 4. Martin thinks this can't be 2.
I could have the 4 go up, and so I could have a 4 and a 2 and a 2 in the product. Is it some like that would then break the Fillomino thing in this group of no, because that could just be 3.
Oh, MicroStudy with
no.
MicroStudy with a really cute point. Is that this gray has to extend right, because if this is a 1, then this is a 2, and whatever this is trapped.
No, that could be the 5.
No, but it couldn't be a 5 because then it would have 2 above it. Oh no, you could have a 2 and a 1. No, no, because you'd be putting a 2 next to a 2 Fillomino.
No. Yes.
Oh wow, yeah. I think you might have to Tallcat it, but I think if you Tallcat it hard enough, I think you can rule that out. If that's a 2, then definitely the thing down in row 9, column 3 is a 5. The 5s are done, and you've now got these 2 cells that need to be at most 2, but now in fact both have to be 1, and you have 2 monominos touching.
So this gray does go right, even though that's gross.
Yes.
D Web is asking, is Tallcatting a euphemism for bifurcation?
I wouldn't say bifurcation. I would say narrow, specific look ahead. I would say like Tallcat's puzzles usually revolve around understanding very specific universes.
So yeah, so this is 6, 7, 8, 9 naively.
Yeah, it is true. When you're that tall, it's a lot easier to look ahead.
And gray can't come right since there's a border here, so gray goes up.
Right. Yeah, the border could even be drawn in now.
And it can't come right here, so it goes up again.
Yeah, so you should draw in these borders. But now we don't know that the grays are the same, because you now have grays touching, which looks exciting, but that's just because you chose the same shade of gray for things that you don't know are the same shade of gray.
Right. So these can become light gray, which may be the same, may or may not be the same.
May or may not be the
gray.
same as dark gray. Yes.
So if this 4 looks like this, what's happening over here?
Okay, let me ask a question that I think might be easier. What's the minimum number of cells of that 4 that can be in this product? Is the answer 1 or is it 2?
1, because you could have so you could have a 4 like Tristan's just drawn, and then you could have a 2 2s next to it, and then you could have the 3.
But you can't, because then the 3 is not the lowest digit. And so the 3 is part of the product.
Oh,
no,
right.
the 2 would be the lowest
No, you'd
digit.
have to have a 1. Yes. You'd have to have a 1, but it would include the 3 in the product. So I want to specifically ask, is it
well, you
really
can't have
possible?
a 1 and a 3 here. That's a renban.
No, you would have 3 squares that are trapped in that bottom right corner.
Yeah, so we're very specifically asking, is it possible that only one of these digits is a 4? And so if only one of these digits is a 4, I think we know it's that one. Yes. Which would then force us to have a 2 and a 2.
Or a 2 and a 2 like this.
No, that doesn't work, I don't think.
No, because you need 2 times 4 times 8 times 125 is 1,000. You would need another 2 somewhere.
Yeah.
So we'd have 2 2s like this, and then a 1 and another 2.
Yeah, so I think there's some weird parity point about this 2x2 zone, about what happens if you try and cram too many 1s and 2s in there without cramming any 3s in it.
Right. But Tristan, in the case you just said, if that was a 1, then you end up with 2 cells below it that aren't in a Fillomino.
That can't be filled. So we can't do that. We can't do 4 2 2 1 because that breaks these cells.
And we certainly can't do 4 2 2 3. Andrew is suggesting perhaps the easiest way to see this is to ask what happens if row 9 column 9 is a 1.
That makes both of these 2, and that just explodes.
Okay, that's true. That's a very easy way to say it.
Yeah. That is that is much more elegant than what I was about to do. Yeah,
it is very easy.
Yep. So so that doesn't work. Okay, so that's a 2 or a 3. But it's a 2 or a 3, but it's definitely not part of the product, right?
Right.
This needs to be separated from the product, because if this is part of the product, our product is way too big, because it's at least now, I think, too many.
Oh yeah, Nicholas points out that row 9 column 10 can't be 1 because that would be the lowest.
Oh yeah,
reading.
that would immediately, yeah, row 9, column 10 being 1 would immediately put a 1 below it. Row 9, column
also,
10.
And also it would
So
be the lowest.
that can't be a 1, which is a very clever spot.
Oh, that's true.
Okay. Okay.
So we can't about that. We can't border the product with a 1. There's nowhere to do it because
why can't I border the product with a 1 in that cell?
well, right, but if we have a 4 and 2 2s.
Oh, we have a donation from Willie. Oh, thank you. Willie says, congratulations on 2K subscribers, Zeta Math and Tristan. Thank you so much.
Thank you
much
so
appreciated. Let's get you a donation dance for that.
Woo!
Wow, that's very generous.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wow, thank you.
Both becoming, and I think you were gone when Willie became a new windmill earlier today as well. So thank you so much, Willie. Greatly appreciated.
2,000 Norwegian dollars, as Mark Goodliff would say.
Excellent. Yeah, I was curious what NOK stood for. Okay, there it is.
Norwegian kroner.
Okay. So is this cell a 1 is the question. And every time I draw
the point is the point is we can't go 4 2 2 anymore.
Yes, we can't go 4 2 2. I agree.
Because then we must go 4 4.
And we can't go 2 4 4, can we? Because
or 4
2
4
4
here.
4 4
This one's always a 4. We have a 4 4 here or a 4 4 here. But
right.
this one's
I really
always
want to
4.
ask, what happens if row 9 column 8 isn't a 1? I think if row 9 column 8 isn't a 1, I think we're just busted. Like if this is not a 1, how can it possibly work? Because if this is not a 1, then I'm definitely, I think, including the cell to its right in this.
So if it's not a 1, then it's going to have to be a 3.
Yes.
And we'll have to do
that
something
cell
like that.
definitely can't be a 3. I mean, I know we technically have a 3 in it, but it's definitely not a 3. If it's a 3, it's in the product.
No, if 3 is the smallest
cell.
digit in this row. So we would have to go 3 3 4.
Right. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so yeah, you're right. That is possible. That is okay. That
The
is
right. Row 9 column 6 I don't think can be a 2. That I think we can say.
Or actually,
right. If that's a 2, it forces 2 4s into the product. Okay, agree with Tallcat. Row 9 column 6 not a 2.
Row 9 column 6 not
that is very well spotted and very, very elegant. It is not as ugly as everything else we're trying to do. Very good.
Yeah. Oh wow, I knew it was a lot, but wow.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. It really means a lot.
That's insane. Thank you so very much.
Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's any of these others where it's sort of easy to see that that digit can't be a certain thing. What if row 10 column 7 is a 2? I think that might break in a very similar way. Because I think if that's a 2, then we get a 2 above it.
Yes.
And then what on earth are we doing with our product? I think our life is over if we make that a 2. because we get a 2 above it. We get a 4 in the product. We need another 2 in the product, but we need space to filibuster because we can't put the 2 next to the 2, and there's no space to filibuster.
Yeah.
So that can't be a 2 either.
Okay. So
So the thing next to it can't be a 1.
this is in a different place, I think.
What are you looking at?
So Chester
Can you
had
remove the 2 before we jump somewhere else?
Yeah.
Someone
2,
said
so
look at
that can be
Chester.
a 1. Let me find Chester's point
I
here.
have it here. It says gray can't be 9 because it would need the black dot.
Gray can't be 9.
6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, and it's right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
8.
8, and now we have nowhere to go but the black dot.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Yep. That is a very nice point.
So we now have a 7, 8 quadruple in column 1.
So
All right.
So if this were a 2, what would the world look like? These would all have to be 3. That's the only way that works. Does that break?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely.
because then how do we complete our product?
Oh no,
Yeah.
it
2 would be the lowest. If
2 would have to
2
be
would
the
have
lowest.
to be the lowest.
Yes.
And so these would be 4, but to make this work, these would all have to be 3. You can't do it any other way.
Yep.
So this 2
Well,
would be isolated by itself.
Well, I think the easy way to spot it is that if that's a 2, then it would be the lowest digit in the row, and you're just not able to make them.
Well, these could be 4s and that a 5, and that would make the product.
Well, I mean, if it were a 2, then you couldn't go. You'd have to go left, I guess, is what I'm saying, because you can't.
Sure. Look.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Potato.
DDX. Take care.
Thank you, DDX. Yeah. So no. So yeah, I think I agree with both of you that cannot be a 2.
Yeah, Tallcat and I are seeing it in 2 different ways, but we're breaking it in different ways, but it breaks.
Strangely, Tallcat is doing it in the more Fillomino-y way after claiming that he did not like doing Fillomino earlier, but I think it works both ways. If this digit is a 3, then 3 is the lowest number in the row, but unfortunately, I can just barely make that work. Row 9 column 7 can't be a 2 because now
this has no 2 next to it.
Yep, so now it just is a 4.
Finally, yay.
So we can't have this being a 4, can we? I guess we could with this
annoyingly,
being a 5
yes, we
and that
can.
being a 7. Yeah, this is a 9 now, just by Thermo, or by Whisper.
Yep.
Yeah, Nicholas points out that row 9, column 9 can't be a 3, because then you end up with regions that row 9, column 9 on the white dot can't be a 3, because then you end up with things that just can't get out. But they could both be 4, though, couldn't they, Nicholas?
Why couldn't these be 3
No,
and that be a 1?
Next to it, the region next to it. He's saying about, but couldn't they both be 4?
Yeah, they could both be 4 and connect. And I think that would be fine.
Yeah, I think so.
Garion says row 10, column 7 can't be a 1. It breaks.
So if it's a 1, it puts a 2 there. We know exactly what the 2 domino looks like. And then the work breaks. Because now we've got to make that a 3, and it can't be a 3. So yeah, so it's quite a look ahead, but that can't be a 1. And that makes the thing next to it a 3, for sure.
Okay, so that's a 3.
Mm-hmm.
These are all in the same region. We'll make this another purple region.
And row 9, column 9 is now definitely a 3, because if it's not, then we know what the 3 does, and that cell needs to be a 1, but it can't
Yep.
be.
So that's part of this.
Yep, those two are part of the same family.
Make it red. 3 should be red.
3 is red.
So that is.
So now, yeah, now row 10,
We could give
column 9
each
is definitely
digit
not
its
a
own
2.
color.
That is
Yeah.
what I usually do. Row 10, column 9 is not a 2 anymore.
I didn't want to backseat drive on the coloring.
Row 10, column 9, not a 2. Right, it's a 1 or a 3.
Yep, and so now you can update the other sides of these renban.
So this one
Can't be 1
can't be 1.
or 3.
Yeah, it's consecutive with an odd digit, so it's even.
Right. So
And that's
these
consecutive
two
with
are...
a 3, so it's 2 or 4, and they're the same 2, 4.
Yep.
And the one that's consecutive with a 3, I know is 2 or 4.
Yep. So that means it can be 6 next to it.
So it's got to
that
be
2, 4 gets out, and so that's either 2 or 4.
right, but if this is a 2, then these are also 2.
Right. That one is a 4, but the one down there could be a 2 or a 4, as it currently
Right.
says. But those two
these
are
are
4, and you can light gray them if you want.
Yeah.
But I was just trying to communicate the nuance that those have to be 4, but the things below it could still conceivably
So
be 2.
if these
But
are
that does
2
put
and
more
these
9s
4s
on our
get
whispers.
out, we can't fill our 3s, can we?
That's probably true. Fill in the 9s on the whispers while we're at it.
The 9s on the whispers.
But yeah, I think you're right, because remember, we do need 3 3s in here. And so the 3 3s actually, we now know 2 digits that have to be 3. So row 6, column 10, and row 5, column 10, those are both 3s, we now know.
Yep.
I think the one below it is going to have.
So,
so
now
now
this 4 can't go up, it has to go down.
Yep.
And
that
now this
must
is a
be
1 or a 3.
It's a 1 or a 3, yeah.
Yeah.
And these oops.
Yeah, if that's a 3, 4 is the highest number in the column, which sounds horrendous, but who knows, it could be true.
We have purple. We have 2 and 4 both being purple.
It's bothering Tallcat. We should fix it. Make 2 orange instead. And you can make 1s black to punish them for being boring.
Okay.
That is what I usually do.
4 makes this 3, points out Carl.
So
that's
very helpful. So now no, it could be a 4
1 or
still.
4.
1 or 4, yes.
Wait,
it needs to be. Oh no, crap! It still doesn't need to be a 1. Dagnammit. But yeah, we can border that. Because we still don't know exactly what the 5 does.
All right. Okay, so we have
there's a border here.
What about row 7, column 7? Because we have a 9 in that column, and there's a 4 above it.
Right. Okay, so this is part of a 4 product. So it's not a 3 and it's not a 1. It's either a 2 or a 4.
Yep.
If it's a 2, then it has to go 2, 2, 1 above it.
Yep.
Is making that a 1 going to break row 5's clue? It would have to be very specific.
You then have to have, wouldn't you then have to have 5, 5, 5, 4, 4?
I think you would probably have to have 5, 5, 5, 4, 4, because you couldn't use an 8.
Yeah.
Those are 8 or 9. Okay, I think Yeah, I think that doesn't work. Okay, so now look at the 2-2-1 possibility. I don't think it works anymore. So if that's 2-2-1, now look at row 5. That 8-9 over there is now either the highest digit in the row or tied for the highest digit in the row.
But it can't be tied.
But it can't be
We
tied.
have a 7-8 over here.
Right. That has to be the highest, and it can't be higher. So this scenario just breaks. Because of that 8-9 over there that you filled in. So that was good. So this is not 2-2. So that's a 4.
So that's a 4, and it can't go up.
Right. It can't go up. Right.
This has to be less than 4.
Right.
It's 1, 2, or 3.
Mm-hmm.
You can draw a border in.
You could draw a border and you can extend the 4.
Yep.
And 4s are purple.
4 border, extend the 4. 4s are purple.
Okay. And that's another 9 next to the 4. Chad is pointing out.
Same region. Row 7, column 8. Yep.
So yeah, we've got a whole bunch of 9s.
This
This
has to be 9 just to get 9 out?
No, just because it's next to a 4 on a whisper.
Oh.
Even simpler. I mean, getting 9 out is a perfectly reasonable thing to think about, but that was
9s can be blue.
Yep.
Da-dee-dee-da-dee-da.
MicroStudy... MicroStudy, this just has to be the lowest digit in the column. It doesn't have to be a 1.
Well, there's no way that's a 3, because if it was a 3, it would put a 6 next to it, and just looking at pencil marks, nothing next to it, that 6 would be a 1-cell 6 region.
Yeah.
So that's a 1, 2, or 4 right there you can fill in. Unfortunately, it's not an include column or row, so we don't have a whole lot of things about it.
Darian has a good point. Row 6, column 9 cannot be 8, because then the 9 would block it in, because the 9 would have to go straight up at least.
Yeah.
So if these were 9, which is the farthest we could go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it still has to go like that.
If those
so
are
this
8,
one at least is 9.
Yep.
Can we say the same?
Oh, and I think we can say the same again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that has to be 9.
Okay, so that's now the highest number in row 5. So now we have to make sure, now our sandwich in row 5, we actually know has to extend towards the 9 from the lowest number in the row.
Yeah, and
on the left.
And this 9 can extend left, potentially.
But now remember our minimum 5-cell sum in row 5 now can't start until at least row 5, column 3. And so you can mark 2, 4, 5, 8, 2 more cells in that row. Because I need to start at the lowest digit. 7 or 8 is not the lowest digit. And so I need at least 5 cells. So that cell and the cell 5 to its right both have to be 2, 4, 5, 8.
5.
Oh, wait, sorry. Maybe that one doesn't. Maybe
this one does.
Yeah, if that one's not, then I don't have enough cells. Right. Sorry. You're completely right. I was trying to go too far.
But we don't get to do it.
Kajito says our path is very much different from his. Is this in a better or worse sense? I feel like we've
I feel like we started out on the right thing, and then we just obsessed over the fact that we thought we could bifurcate our way through this whole area in a way that probably wasn't the intended. But we just kept seeing like one more thing where we could get like one more case that we could rule out. But probably we should just not have thought about it.
I think we didn't find the most elegant way through.
Right. If this is 7, then it definitely sticks up into this column.
Oh, wait.
Which doesn't work.
Yes, because the only way, yes, because when you
Mm.
put the 7 on the renban, you'd have to put a 1, but you'd have a 7 in the product.
Yeah, your 7 is now bordering your sandwich sum, and your 7 can't border your sandwich sum because, again, the left side of the sandwich sum needs to be bounded by a low digit. So we have finally gotten that that's not a 7. And so that's the last green, which gives us the 4 in the row, which gives us a 1 and does a whole bunch of nonsense, various places. That is all good stuff. So now that's a 4 and that's a 1.
That means the 4 can't go down in column 6.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hang
The
on.
other 4 in column 6.
Yeah. I'm just
No, I'm
trying
explaining
to remember my controls.
because he kind of looked, he sounded a little.
So 1, 2, 9 go into those cells.
Not
There, and one of them can't be a 1.
This can't be a 1. This is 2
Right,
or
so 1.
9.
Okay,
this is
sure.
1, 2, or 9. But
Yep.
this is not 2. This is not 2. Because we
Okay.
have a 2 on
Because
this
we have a
renban.
2, right? Okay, so therefore the other one's not 2 either.
Right.
So the
this
other one
is
is a
a 9.
Right, and it goes either 1 more or stops.
Yep.
Okay, very good.
Okay, now, oh, never mind. I was going to say something that was wrong.
So now column 3, those
So-
2 squares must be limited, right? The 2 squares above the 5.
So the one of them could be a 1, but the one above that we now know is at least a 3. And so that one that's at least a 3 actually escapes. So row 7, column 3, we have to argue this, Tristan. Row 7, column 3, highlight that one. That cell can't be a 1 because it would put a 1 below it. It can't be a 2 because it would touch a 2. So it's at least a 3. But that means
Can't be
it's
a
in the
3.
same region as the 6, 7, 8, 9 above it. So in fact, this is a 6, 7, 8, 9 that can be in an off-color gray region with the cell above it.
Yes.
Okay. So
Oh,
so this now is a 2.
Right.
or a 4.
Oh, 2 or a 4. Sorry, you're right. 2 or a 4. Yep. Probably a 4. But it's not an 8. But
So-
can you put those 2 in a light gray region?
These?
Those 2, yep.
And this can't be 6.
Can't be 6. Agree.
So now this needs to be the lowest digit in the row. Oh,
right,
sorry, I'm looking at the wrong row.
Oh, no, sorry, you're right. Good catch. Is there any way that this digit... Oh, this digit's going to be 8, and it's going to be part of a sandwich. That's what's going to happen. I think. I'm not saying I can prove that. I was thinking this digit couldn't be part of the sandwich, but it can be.
Garion
and
points
probably
out
is.
that this digit is always one end of the sandwich in column 5. So this is part of the sandwich.
That's very smart. So yeah, so this is a
And it's
2,
not
4,
a
5, or
5.
8.
And it's
And
not
it's
a
not a 5.
2. So
Why
it's
is
a
it not a
4 or
5?
an 8.
5 is on the renban already.
5 is on the renban.
Right. Okay, so it's
And
4
it's not an
but-
8. 8 has nowhere to go. So it is a 4.
Okay. Yep. Very smart. Okay, so
now this can't be an 8.
yep, 8 would make it too big.
So we have a 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have a 3, 4 pair on the renban in column 2 because they're the only digits left that aren't on the renban.
4 is
3,
on the
4.
renban.
Oh, sorry, a 3. Yeah, you're right. A 3. There's a 3 in one of those.
One of them
Oh.
is definitely a 3.
1, 3, 9.
Does the
We're missing
this
another
being-
digit. What other digit are we
7
missing?
and an 8. Another 7, 8. Yeah.
Yeah, so 1, 3, 9, 7, 8 or something is what we can pencil mark these as.
I wouldn't necessarily go that far, but yes.
But
Why
But
can't
one
row
of
8
these
column
is-
3 be 1? Tristan just marked it like it can't be 1, but it can be 1, right?
Yes.
right. But the only point is that one of these must be a 3.
Yes,
And does
forgot
it?
we just
I
put
want to
it.
break it if this is a 3. So that this has to get out, and now what happens to row 5?
So now 3 is the lowest. Oh, 3, right. 3 can't be the lowest digit in the row. Right. That just immediately breaks. Because remember, these things we know are in the sandwich already. And so they aren't in the sandwich if that's a
Well,
3.
and we already have a 3 over here, and we're told by the
right.
rules
That's the
that...
point. We need to have a lower digit to start the sandwich than 3. And we don't have space because we've already marked, we know row 5, column 4 is part of the sandwich.
Yeah,
So because of that,
so this
have
is
that.
a 3.
I'm really glad you're driving because I'd have had circles and X's all over this grid. So that's a 3. I think the most likely instance is that this is a 1, but it doesn't have to be necessarily.
So we have to have a lower digit to start the sandwich. Does that mean that has to be a 1 or a 2 and it can't be a 2?
I don't know why this couldn't...
I think that's right. Because if that's going to start the sandwich, Tristan, what is it going to be?
Yeah, if this starts the sandwich, what is this? That's the question.
Yeah.
Right. And so
That has
if
to be a
this
1.
doesn't, if this is not a 1, then it could be a 2 starting the sandwich, except it can't be a 2 because it's on the renban. And so then if it's not a 1, it's at least a 4, which means it's not starting the sandwich.
But
and
it's
goes
not a
right,
4.
And now the sandwich breaks.
It's if this isn't a 1, it's minimum 7, just by the renban.
The point is 4 was enough. You don't need to give you don't need the tightest bound possible. You just need a bound.
So this is a 1.
Right.
Yes.
Black cell of shame gives us the 9 over there.
Yeah, gives us 9 here.
And that's the other 7, 8 now on there.
Yeah.
So we have a light gray 7, 8 and a dark gray 7, 8 that we actually do in this instance know are different.
So these
so that, oh no, that does not need to keep going. Sorry.
So these aren't 9.
So that's a 2 next to it because it can't be a 9 on the whisper.
Right. Yep. Agree. So in row 7, column 4,
this right
point is that's a 2.
So that's a 2, and that's a 2, and that's a region.
And then the 4.
They're orange.
And now the 4 has to get out.
Now this 7, 8 light gray region is part of the sandwich, so it's definitely 8.
So that's a 4, and that's a 2.
Yep.
Yeah. Finish that. Good. Yeah, light gray getting out is going to do a lot. Because light gray now is 8 and dark gray is 7.
Yep, that has to be light gray.
Yep, that's light gray and is 8.
Oh, because it's going to be part of the product here?
Right, and so it definitely doesn't go right.
So these are all 8.
Right, those are all 8. The others are all 7.
We don't have a color for 8s.
But you can push it up at least 2 because it can't go right.
Zeta, we have to get the right color for 8s. This is important.
Yes.
I could look at other
at this
palettes.
point, I would probably say that light gray is officially 8. But
okay, we could do that.
If you want, you're welcome to go through some of the fancy ones.
Let's stick with light gray.
So boundary on the right side of that, and it goes up 1 more, which pushes the 3 up.
Boundary on that. So 8 goes up 1 more.
And we do have a color for 5s, I'll point out.
3 goes up 1 more.
Those are all, the dark grays over there are all 7s now.
No, I think we should, 5 can be a non-color. 5 should be a non-color because...
I think 5 snuck its way into...
3 finishes.
Yep.
Yes. Oh, and 7. So the gray is all of column 1 now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is going to give us a 6, which is going to go with a 7. Very good.
3.
So 3 is done.
3 is
and
done.
Dark gray is 7, and you can finish it because it just takes over that light gray.
Is it?
There
This
was a
is a
lot of
6.
suspense. Yep,
To make
and it gets
5
out.
exciting?
And it
Um,
doesn't go down.
Doesn't go down.
So that's a 5 or an 8. I bet it's going to be an 8 and not a 5. Because if it was a 5, it would grow into a German Whispers, and that's not going to be good. So that's definitely going to be an 8.
The column 4 clue is interesting now. Because we have a 1 and we have 25 times by 4.
So we need 1 more 5 and 4 more in 2s.
That 6 has to grow out as well.
This can't be anything but 8.
Yep.
Because where's it going to go if it's anything but 8? And it can't be a 1 because 1 and 3 don't whisper each other.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this 8 takes one of these cells.
The 6 grows.
So row 3, column 4 can't be a 1 because we need a unique 1 in the column. So it is a 2, 3, or 4. Which is very interesting with Tallcat's point about the column clue becoming interesting. Because this can't be part of the clue, right? No, it has to wait. It has to be part of the column clue, right? Because I can't end the column clue before this cell, and I can't end it at this cell. So the column clue actually ends in the cell above it. So these 3 cells need to be 2 2s and a 5, right?
I think so.
So I think we know where the 5 goes if these are 2 2s and a 5. So those are 5, and then we get a 2 and a 2. And we can give the 2 its proper orange color. And we can count to 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we still need an 8 there, which is good to end the column. So 8 is done. And yeah. Oh, and 6 just goes bloop. Like you do.
Is that a technical term?
Yes. That is the mathematical term for what the 6 does. Yep, that is a 3. Not a 2 in row 4, column 5.
This has to be a 3 because it can't be a 1 because of the renban.
Yep.
I was just you beat me to it, Tristan.
Gorgeous setting. Row 4, column 5 can't be a 2 by rules. Actually, take your pick of rules. There are a bunch of them. So one of these 2 cells is a 4 and the other is a 5. So we know these are a 4-5 pair, actually, on this renban.
Yes. Also by the renban as well.
Oh, the renban was all I was using. Oh, but actually it's true also by the product, because I need these to... okay, yeah.
You need these to be a 4 and a 5?
Yep, okay. Jay picks that it can't be 2 by anti-king, which is a good choice. Surely the lower one being the 4 breaks, but who knows?
Yes, because if it's a 4, the 5 in row 5 would have to go right and up.
Garion points out that if this 3 goes down, this cell is trapped, so it goes right.
Yes.
Yep.
So
that's where my little gray lines that you just like would be helpful, but yeah, agree.
If row 4, column 5 was a 4, then the 5 below it would have to go 1 right and then up. Because it's...
Why couldn't it go 2 right?
Because of the sum.
So Chad can't see this.
Oh, right, yep.
But Sven is actually spoiling the puzzle for us. Because it is showing some cells as grayed out, which means we don't have any more regions of those.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's adorable. That is very helpful. I'm sure it is intended that we use that as part of our part of our thing.
So yeah, row 4, column 5 is a 5.
Row
Because if
4,
it's
column
4, then it gets trapped in because the 5 below has to go up.
Yep.
Would have to go higher than that.
Sorry, what?
If that's a 4, it makes the 5 region below it do something because of the product. This 5 in green can only put one more thing in row 5. So
Yeah, that's another way of saying it. Yeah.
so
So it would have to immediately go up and
right,
trap
and
the
that doesn't
4.
work.
There we go.
So therefore not a 4, that's a 5 and a 4. And the 4 we can color and it goes out and stuff.
Oh, is that what the numbers in the pad being grayed out? Is that what
Yeah.
you were?
Yes.
I missed that. That's funny.
5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, our 9 needs one more cell.
So surely then in row 5, the 5 has to be in column 6, because if it was column 7, that would just mess up those regions, wouldn't it?
How about in row 4? We already have 16 in our product.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Oh, no, the 8 is the high number. Sorry, the 8 is the high number. The 8's not in the product.
Oh,
Sorry,
so we don't.
So we don't. Sorry. Yeah, I got excited because I thought we were going to be able to just say, so therefore those are all 5s and then we're done. But no, that's not how that works. Sadly.
Jay points out that by geometry, if this is not a 4, then 4 goes like this, and this is a 1 and breaks the renban.
Yeah,
that's true. So that is a 4. And we know one of those two is a 5. Then the other is a 2 or a 7. It feels like 7's unlikely. At some point, someone in chat is going to say they counted and that it can't be 7 by counting. And if I'm lucky, I won't have to do it.
Oh, wait. Okay, so in row 4, the 8 is a boundary, but in row 5, 8 is in the product.
Right. So there are no more 4s in the product. Oh, in fact, all these numbers are in the product, so they can only be...
We need a 2 2s and a...
No, we only get 1 2.
1 2. So we must have another 9.
Yeah, that has to be a 9. That's the point. Yep. Because I can only put 2s and 5s in the row, so these two cells are a 2-5 pair.
Oh, because the 8 is...
Yeah, because the 8 has eaten 3 of our 2s. So, and that's the end of the 9, if I counted correctly before.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9.
So we can bound the 9.
And it's a 1 or 2 below it, I guess.
Yep, exactly. But if row 6, column 8 is a 2, I think it breaks very quickly if you look at what happens to the 5s. Because if row 6, column 8, if that's a 2, then the digit above it is a 5. And then where does that 5 go? Nowhere.
Why? Can it go up?
Because if it goes up, it...
Because where does the green 5 finish? Yeah,
right.
Because now that's a 2, and then the disaster ensues.
Yeah. So this is a 1, is what we're saying?
I think that's correct. Yep. So the thing above it is a 2. And then that gives us a 5, to no one's immense surprise. And that finishes the 5 region. And so this cell can't be a 2 or a 5 anymore. It can only be a 4 or an 8. And if it was an 8, that would be an enormous problem because 8 is the high digit for the row. So it is a 4. That finishes the 4. Okay, and we
Oh, we need
still
more 5s, don't we?
we need
Yeah, we
both
need
more
a-
5s and another 2.
And one of
but
these has to be a 5, by the way.
but definitely row 4, column 7 is a 5, because the only things we get left in this row are 5s and 2s, and that can't be a 2, so that's a 5.
And we can take that further.
Yeah, and we
right
know
in.
exactly where it goes. Yep, and now we know exactly where the 2 goes as well.
5 can't continue here because that's a renban, so 5 continues there.
And so that is the 2 in row 4, column 9.
That must go up, surely, because we need a low digit. So there must be a 1.
Yeah,
next
so
to it.
that's a 2, and it's a 1 next to it on the renban.
Hang on. This is
So
one you're saying?
That's got to be a 1 because we've got to bound the sandwich.
Which is going to do a lot, actually.
Because I need to have a number lower than 2 to bound it. So the only number lower than 2 is 1.
Gotcha.
Okay, and so that tells me what the 2 does. It tells me what the 3s do. It gives me sort of like all the stuff over here. And it also tells me that
3
no
is
number in this this column is higher than 3 that we don't already have, because 4 there is the high number bounding this column. So color the 2, finish the 5.
And the 3 cells must be all 3 above them.
Yep, exactly.
We're going to finish off with a 2, it looks like, in the top.
Yep.
Wow.
a
And
3.
these are a 3?
Very nice. Woohoo! That was a very nice a very nice puzzle. I enjoyed that a lot.
Well, yeah, that was great.
That was
Very nice.
Yeah. Once we managed to stop ourselves from getting tangled up in the bottom there, but I definitely think that was on us and not on Andrew.
It just kept being like so close to being useful that it kept pulling our attention back. Oh wow, that's huge! Congratulations, Ken. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Way to go. Alrighty,
And
we probably got time to do one more, but we can take a short break before we do.
All right.
Yes, I
At least
guess
I
the
can.
renban at the top right we didn't use either.
We did not. That's true.
So, but yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
liked that one.
Something
Loved
who's not
it.
done phenomenon. So
All right, we're
Alright.
going to take a quick break. We'll come back and I think it's okay if we go a little over today, so we'll just come back and do however long it takes to do the next one. So,
Alright.
we'll be right back.
welcome back, everyone. We have MicroStudies puzzle up next, and what a stunning grid that you will be looking at momentarily. MicroStudy clearly with a theme in their 9x9s.
Yeah, it's a lot like Andrewsarchus' puzzle. You just have to solve it backwards.
The given 2s on the grid split the big 2K into different segments, with each 2 denoting the start or end of a segment. Each segment must contain exactly one of 4 possible variants: whispers, palindrome, arrows, and thermo. Each variant must be used exactly twice, and two connected segments may not share the same variant. 2s are counted as part of the line segment. All possible 2s on the big 2K are given. Digits separated by a white dot differ by 1. Okay, so in our variants that we can choose from are whispers, palindrome, arrows, and thermo. Wait, how can the 2s be on thermos? Okay, so the thermos are going to have to be at like the very ends or something for the 2s to be on there, because if it says the 2s are part of the segment, you can't have 2 2s on a thermo. That is my initial read of the rules.
Well, no,
It says
what I'm
each
guessing
2
is it
denoting
might
the
be-
start or end of a segment.
Yes.
So
I'm
each
guessing-
segment only contains 1 2.
Could we go
Oh,
to the grid?
the way it says is 2s are counted as part of the line segment. Sounds to me like 2s are counted as part of both, but you're saying each 2 you have to assign to one of the 2 ends of the line segment?
I would guess
Is that
so.
how you're interpreting it? Okay, well that ruins my break.
But the 2s can be part of 2 line segments.
Well, if we have a look at the grid and see how many 2s there are on the big figures.
Ambrose says their interpretation is that the 2s are part of both. Let's see. I think I have.
Well, there's not 4 2s.
Each 2 is part of 2 segments that extend away from it. There we
Yes.
go.
So that's what that's exactly what I thought the rules said. So the thermos have to be on the ends, because the thermo would have 2 2s on it if it wasn't on an end. Now there's still multiple places the thermos could go.
No, that's not what I interpret. Like, I interpret there being like one segment here and then another segment here.
No, I think that's all one segment, because the segments are broken by the 2s.
Yes.
So that is a length 7 segment.
Okay.
Why are you drawing another segment in there?
Okay.
So if you look at K, Tristan, for example, then the 2 that's in row 5, column 6 belongs to all segments. And you have each limb of the K is one segment.
No, MicroStudy says you're right. I understand. I just misinterpreted the rules, is all.
So Zeta has very handily narrowed down the thermo from 4 positions to 3 positions on the K.
I'm very very helpful. I can place a digit in box 1. I'll let you guess what digit it is, but
is it a 2?
it may be a 2. And now is about the point where like someone in chat just goes, "Where is 9 in box 8?" Or something like that, and is instantly able to do it. But yes, should we place the 2 and do another 2 dance?
Yep.
Woohoo! Waha! Weehee! Waha! Weehee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Are there any more 2s that we can place? Yes, we can place a 2 in box 6 by using the fact that all 2s are given.
Oh, does MicroStudy have a bet tree for us?
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Well, you can probably place the 2 in the box 6 because I'm guessing it's not going on the bet tree.
Yeah.
And row 7, column 7 is the bet tree. And you can place that 2.
Mm-hmm. So,
So by setter logic, that 2 can't go. The other 2 can't be the bet tree. So we can place the 2 in box 9.
we will not use setter logic. I was thinking of 1 in column 6. Well, okay, actually, no. So on the K, we know which one is the palindrome. It has to be the one with the 2 at both ends.
Right. So the fact that 2 connected segments can't be the same thing as saying the K has one of each. And once the K has one of each, then the 2 also has one of each. That is something that Tallcat instantly appreciated that I did not understand. But I now understand it.
Well, also, actually, let me clarify a bit more, because you could have two different segments. Oh, no, actually, no.
Because all the segments are connected. And so, yeah, so that
yes.
is a palindrome. So you can color it. Well, I just meant color the 2 cells that you know are the same. And we'll remember that that means that this is a palindrome.
And then I think we know the other palindrome just from the positions of the 2s.
Yes, I think so.
Because it can't be column 1 segment. So it must be the segment, the 7-cell segment, right?
Yep, I think so. So we can color those, although we don't know if that is red or not, so we'll have to be slightly careful. But it's okay, we can't see it anyway, so it won't matter. I do know that purple is not red, and that purple is not orange. And by transitivity, that does mean that orange is not red. Let's see.
I think that might be something your students would get in trouble for.
So which of these is an arrow on the K? Because one of these is an arrow. The sum is not 2, so the other end is the sum. But if the arrow were in column 6, then the arrow would sum to at least 10. So the arrow's not in column 6. So the arrow circle is in row 9, column 9. So you can put a circle there. And this arrow has no 2s on it, so those at least sum to
1, 2 on it.
Oh, sorry, it has 1, 2 on it. So what's the minimum sum of this arrow? So it's 2 plus 3 is the minimum. No.
1.
No, that can't be a 1.
No, that can't be a 1. So yeah, 3. This can be a 3.
Yep.
And this can be a 1.
Yep.
So that's
1 and 3.
6. And
9. I think
9.
It's 9 is the minimum sum.
So we know this is 9. This has to be a 3 with a 4.
Yep. And these are a 1, 3 pair.
Yep.
Okay, so if identified. Oh, sorry, go on.
1 in box 6 on the white dot with 2. Box 6.
Yes.
Because it's not 3.
Yes. And so you can pencil mark the red cell as being 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, we can place 9 in box 6 actually, just because it can't be the red cell.
Yep. That's very clever.
Oh. And then we get
5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and so one of these is a thermo, and what is the other variant? Oh, and one of them is a whispers.
Oh, actually.
Oh, the whisper doesn't have a white dot on it. So we know which way the whisper goes. So you can draw a green line in the other direction.
Yep.
And then let's just high-low number them. You don't have to color it, but just write in 1, 2, 3, 4 in the low cells and 6, 7, 8, 9 in the high cells.
The 4 in column 9 is naked is what I was trying to say. I see Oh, and I see Daniel Silverson just went right to the steps, which is exactly what I thought. The 5, 6, 7, 8. It's a song by a British group, Steps.
So row 4, column 6 is the last low digit in the column. Because we need one more low digit, and this is a thermo. And then row 3, column 6 is the 5.
Oh. I had my conflict checker off because we were doing a Fillomino.
So 5 and row 3, column 6.
Row 7, column 9 is a naked 4, by the way.
Wow. That is ridiculous.
That has to be the
This-
other 1, 3 in the column.
That's a much
Oh.
cleaner way to see it than I saw it. But yeah, it sees 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it is a 4. Yep. Yeah, so you now know where the 6 goes in column 6 if you go back to the whisper, because the 6 is not on any of these spots.
That's
Oh.
true.
Yeah, these aren't 6.
And if
So
that's a 6, you know what goes with it.
On the, yep.
6. So this is a 6 and 7.
Yep.
Mhm.
You know the order because it's a thermo.
Ah. So.
So red's not 6 anymore. Okay, we've identified, so we've got to figure out all the other things. So we've identified the palindrome. Can we possibly identify the arrow? Well, the arrow is in one of 2 places. Is it possible that the arrow starts at row 2, column 1? This would be at minimum 1, 3,
No.
4 plus 2. That's minimum 10. No. So the arrow starts in row 9, column 5. Is the only other place that the arrow could be.
So it's 6, 7, or 8.
And so, yep. And so it definitely has a 1 in it. Unfortunately, we don't know where the 1 is, but we can rule 1. We can actually place the 1 in. Actually, we do know where the 1 is because we can place the 1 in column 6 now. And so now we can place the 1 on this arrow. And now this is the 3, 4, or 5 that goes on row 9, column 4 to go on the arrow.
Yep.
Awesome. Okay.
Oh, 3 is placed in column 9 as well.
Yep.
By Sven.
You know, Daniel, Tallcat was saying Silverstone. Is it Silverstone or Silverstone? Now I'm like paranoid. I've been saying it wrong all this time.
I mean, it might just be a regional way I'm.
Or does it not matter? Is it like an accent thing?
So we've got the arrow, we've got the palindrome. Oh, and we need a thermo, and we know which is the thermo, because the thermo doesn't have 2 2s on it. So now this is a thermo going on up here, so we can good live it.
Oh, this is a thermo. Oh, yeah, of course. Can't have a thermo with 2 2.
Yeah, and so you can also green the German whisper, just so we know it's a German whisper.
So that would be this one down here.
Yep. And it's got a 3 in the middle of it exactly. Because it can't be a 4.
So these are an 8-9 pair.
Yep.
And we know the order.
I mean, if you're in the UK, if you're referring to the racetrack, it's Silverstone.
And so there are 2 possibilities
that's not
for
an
each
8,
cell
so
along
that's
the
not
thermo.
a 5.
Because the maximum of the tip is 7.
Max here is 7. Oh yeah,
Yep.
it sees 8 and 9.
So
2, 3, 4, 5. In fact, it is a 7.
it is a 7
Yes.
with an 8 next to it. But I think we have 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6 for the rest of it. I don't think we get any more help.
Why is this an 8?
Because there's a 6 in the row that you used to say that that was a 7.
So that's a 5 over there. So that's a 5.
Yep.
Uh,
This is very smooth, by the
3,
way. 3,
4,
4, 4, 5,
4,
5, 6.
5, 5, 6.
Do you want to just mark column 1?
Sure. 1,
4, 5, 6.
4, 5, 6.
So that's a 1, 4, 5, 6 quadruple in box 1. So that means we need a 3 and a 9 in these cells, I think. And we know the order immediately. Mark
to
row
put
2.
Oh,
Let's
where are
go
we
to
putting
the point.
5 in row 9, asks Earth Computer.
Yep.
That is fair. And so that's a 6 or a 7 to finish off the row.
I'm Simoning a bit with the keypad.
Yeah, mark row 2. I would use the actual mark, but if you want to do it yourself, you can do it.
I have the mark button slightly off screen so I can see chat.
I
I
see.
pull it on screen.
I think you just
actually-
want to do it because you like the mark popping up, right?
And if you mark both orange cells, you'll be able to see Garian's point. Because you
what
can
now?
let mark both orange cells and then see what the commonalities are. So
Not 1.
neither of them can be 1. Neither of them can be 3.
So they're 4.
Yep. So they're only 4. Yep.
Very nice.
Placing the 4 in column 1, apparently.
So
And
that's
5.
5.
And that's going to do the thermo.
Yep.
That's 4. That's 5. That's 6. That's 3. That's 9. That's 4. That's 1. That's 6. It's kind of collapsing now.
So now mark the purple cells.
4. That's
7. 2 plus 1 plus 4 is 7.
7. That's 6.
That was astonishing speed for a mathematician.
I know. I just wanted to flex that I was actually able to do it because I usually
Now
can't.
these are
Those can only
8s.
be 8. Yep.
And 4 and 9 and 8. 7,
7,
6,
6,
8. And now we can just mark the rest of the puzzle.
Ooh,
Yeah.
this is a gorgeous puzzle.
Yes, I really enjoy MicroStudy puzzles.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a very nice way to finish off. Very not quite as
Not quite as involved as the previous one.
intense as the last one, but very nice. Although
And
the last
that
one
cell is an 8.
Congratulations from Zach and I to any 8 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true.
But the last one did make me actually want to think about setting a Fillomino. So.
Oh yeah, the last one was very good. It was just it was involved. Well, thank you everyone for hanging out for this celebration. There are more celebration puzzles to come in future.
Let's see, how many do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 left.
4 left. Excellent.
I am not accepting any more of these, though.
Not accepting Fog of War puzzles either, all right?
I am accepting Fog of War puzzles. I'm accepting them until the end of Tuesday.
Okay. So get in your Fog of War puzzles if you want it in the list. I feel that we've probably had so many opportunities, Ambrose, for people to submit puzzles that they're sort of out of submitting puzzles to Zeta Juice.
Yeah,
Because,
that's why we
did,
didn't have an official thing for this. It was just too much asking people for puzzles.
Yes. That there are just a whole bunch of things in a row.
Yes, happens that way sometimes, right?
Not Zeta Juice. Setting for Zeta Juice. It's a different kind of juice.
At least at this rate, you know, I'll be back in like half a month for the 3,000th
Well,
subscriber.
fingers crossed. I will be happy to have us get to 10,000 people and have a 10K celebration or whatever.
When are you going to do a
So-
Glipperal pub? Okay.
So I haven't
I-
scheduled any streams for this week. I really don't know what our schedule is like this week.
We will keep you updated on the Discord.
I'm going to continue doing my casual working on Zeta Math Does Puzzle stuff streams, which you can find on the Discord. But
I think I said
as far
shards
as
at 10K and quite a mouthful at 100K.
But we still have the best of 2022 video coming, and it's going to be cool. And if you want to see me working on it, you can. Just keep an eye on the Discord. But we will premiere that when it's ready. And we will be doing Sudoku streams sometime this week. We'll figure it out. And then probably as of next week, or the week after, we will come up with a regular streaming time that's going to continue through the spring.
Yeah, it is always like whenever I'm starting a new academic term, there's always a period of turmoil and uncertainty as like all of my various meetings and stuff sort of fall into place. So I know when exactly I'm available. But classes start on Wednesday for this term, which is going to go basically until into the summer, and then we'll do that. So we will know a stable streaming schedule for you shortly, but we don't quite know it yet.
And we've had some people ask if I'm going to continue doing Sudoku streams. I am. I think the current plan is for me to do them about once a week. So, we'll see how things shape up.
Yay, Tristan streams.
Yay! I enjoy them.
I'm always surprised people like them, but people seem to like them.
Alrighty. I did publish a puzzle on Logic Masters Germany right before stream started. So if you want to go do a little 2-star German Whispers puzzle, I did publish a little 2-star German Whispers puzzle with a little twist. So if you are interested, it is there for you. There will be another little 2-star puzzle from me later in this week. So you can look forward to tomorrow or the day after that. Probably I will post another of those. At some point, I'm going to officially post my 6x6 pack, but I have to figure out if LMD will actually let me do that, because apparently LMD wants you to post puzzles only one at a time unless you put a meta puzzle, and I don't want to put a meta puzzle in the pack for the sake of putting a meta puzzle in the pack. It seems kind of pointless, so we will see. Yeah, there should be 2 Zeta puzzles that you can solve, Daniel. And you got through at least almost all the ones in the 6x6 pack, I know. So you are moving on up.
I solved one of Zeta's one of Zeta's 2-star puzzles a few days ago. I will probably solve.
That's the one that's just posted. Yeah.
I will probably solve the other one on stream when it. I don't know if Zeta plans to post that real soon, but I'll probably solve it on stream.
Yeah, that one got a bunch of testing, so so Tristan can actually get to solve it on stream instead of testing it for me.
Yep.
Alrighty, well, thank you for joining us, and thank you to everyone who supports us. Thank you for the very generous donations. Thank you, Willie, especially, much appreciated. Thank you for becoming a windmill, so in the same stream. So thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who supports in every way. Please like the stream if you have not yet done so. It really does help. It's part of actually what got us to this 2K stream is that I started having less shame about asking people to like the stream. So if you've not yet done so, please do so. And thank you to all of our supporters, and special thank you to our turbines, David Ratner, Michael O'Connor, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, Andreas, DDX, Logan, and new turbine, Daniel Silverstone. Thank you very much from Zach and I and Tristan and all of us at Zeta Math Productions. Thank you very much. That we will do the remaining 2K streams. We'll do the remaining Fog of War puzzles. And we'll finally get back to puzzles from the bucket in the not infinitely far away from now future.
And there are a bunch of puzzles with a bunch of votes. We might have to do like a stream or two of just high voted puzzles from the bucket.
I think we owe the supporters a few streams of like just doing the most voted on puzzles, especially because probably one of them is going to be that 15-star Magnus Josefsson puzzle that's going to take a whole stream to do by itself. So yeah, we might owe a few different streams of doing puzzles from the bucket that are voted on, but we'll do it. We'll make it happen. And somehow it will be arranged by Naverio that all of them will be Naverio puzzles, because he will carefully game the system so that it is always a Naverio puzzle. Alrighty, but thank you everyone.
Thanks everyone for coming.
I think that's all I've got, so I'll let Tristan wrap up.
I don't think I have anything else I need to announce. Do you have anything going on, Tallcat, that you want to tell people about?
Do you want to give your schedule of your upcoming stream appearances on all of the Sudoku parts of the world?
No, I have nothing to add. I will see everyone around on the streams and the Discord, no doubt.
All right. Keep an eye on the Discord. Keep an eye on... I will schedule streams when I figure out what's going on this week. So we will see you all very soon.
Bye.
Bye for now.
Bye.